Objection shouted loud and raw. Truth unravel world's last straw. Objection overruled, watch it break. Dark secrets, hidden lies, they shake. Psychopath witness loses grip. Killer exposed, truth will rip. Eyes darting, restless sweat they drip. Words are weapons, razors tip. Bloodshot stare, mind unhinged. Justice here, no sins avenged. Objection overruled, watch it break. Dark secrets, hidden lies, they shake. Psychopath witness loses grip. Killer exposed, truth will rip. Crashing down mind's facade. Guilt's fortress forever flawed. Truth's hammer smashes through the veil. Killer's heart in a wooden jail. Objection overruled, watch it break. Dark secrets, hidden lies, they shake. Psychopath witness loses grip. Killer exposed, truth will rip. Will rip. Will rip. Will rip. Courtroom chaos, tension high. Defense attorney, eagle eye. Objection shouted loud and raw. Truth unravel world's last straw. Objection overruled, watch it break. Dark secrets, hidden lies, they shake. Psychopath witness loses grip. Killer exposed, truth will rip. Eyes darting, restless sweat they drip. Words are weapons, razors tip. Bloodshot stare, mind unhinged. Justice here, no sins avenged. Objection overruled, watch it break. Dark secrets, hidden lies, they shake. Psychopath witness loses grip. Killer exposed, truth will rip. Crashing down mind's facade. Guilt's fortress forever flawed. Truth's hammer smashes through the veil. Killer's heart in a wooden jail.
Woo! Hello everybody, I'm Manakyn. Welcome to the stream. How's everyone doing today? Let's see who's here. Randy Shork. Kioma. Ekai. Wait, what? Oh, hello! That happens when you have your hands on the wrong part of the keyboard. Hey, Bowser! You watched the other two streams. Well, I'm glad you caught up. You've never been relieved and nearly cried of relief from a fictional character's well-being until last stream. Which character are we talking about? Hey, how's it going, Arcane? Hello! So how are you guys doing? Yeah, we're playing Ace Attorney. Yeah, it's been a long day, but I'm really happy. I played ping pong for the first time in like 5 years. And yeah. Oh, Lamiwa! Lamiwa! My darling. Right, she was in a bad situation. Yeah. Hey, how's it going, Holly? We just started. So yeah, today we're playing some stuff. I'm also going to be playing some stuff. Wait, what? Huh? Okay. So, well, today, yeah, we're playing Ace Attorney. We're playing Ace Attorney. And also after Ace Attorney, you know, we haven't had like a nice long chat stream in a while. Depending on how long the trial is, but one thing I wanted to do is, you know, the new Ghost of Tsushima trailer just came out. It came out a few days ago, but I haven't really watched it. There have been a lot of mixed reviews. Some people really like the trailer, some people don't. So I thought maybe we should watch it together and see what we think of the trailer. In other words, what I think of the trailer, because as you know, my opinion is always right. So, yeah. You felt like a much faster reaction time from main character. Well, he's been working on his reflexes. Anyway, let's play some Ace Attorney, guys. Yeah. What? I'm confused, man. I was playing Sekiro last night at like 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, like when you're like finish all your work, it's like you still can't go to sleep because you're still like in the middle of like thinking. So it's like you have to like do something to calm yourself down. That happens to me a lot. So I finished working at like 2 and I was like, ugh, I can't go to sleep. So then I like played Sekiro. Oh. 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 Oof. 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 Oh. 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 Go. When I get tired, I'm silly, and you can see my hair is falling down. It's been a tough day. It takes 10 seconds, and now it's only a couple of seconds. Hey, how's it going, Penguin? How are you doing? Yeah, it was instant on Twitch. YouTube isn't perfect for streaming, that's for sure, but I actually do prefer YouTube. I feel like YouTube is a little bit more... It's a little bit less... You are doing this thing right now and people will watch you, and it's more like, hey, check out this guy, if you know what I mean. Like, it's like... Twitch, I always feel like, look, he's playing Baldur's Gate! Baldur's Gate, guys! Watch Baldur's Gate! That's how I feel about Twitch. It's like very like harsh in your face. This is what this person is doing right now. Whereas YouTube is more like, you know, you join a stream, you expect chatting, you expect you expect chatting, you expect silliness. It's less, I would say it's less hardcore. I feel like Twitch, the niche is either hardcore gaming or reacting to drama. Those are like the two niches of Twitch. Or creating the drama. Or hot tub streams. Speaking of which, I still gotta do that hot tub stream. What do you guys think? Manakyn bikini hot tub stream? Anyway. How dare you? How dare you? No, that should be a simp. You guys are simping for me in a bikini. That is what you should be writing. Okay, so if you guys remember last time, there was a lot that happened. There was the second investigation. First of all, we saw Lamiwa's performance. Okay, yes. And we always watch the end of the performance to see Gavin freaking out. I got my guitar! Oh, jeez! Oh, how's it going, Mystery? Gumshoe in a bikini. I can arrange that. Okay. We found a headset, which for some reason they decided not to reveal until the second investigation, but here it is. There's a headset here. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel, Randy. Twitch is always like, you like VTubers? Hey, do you know there's a VTuber playing right now? Look, I saw you clicked on a VTuber. I'm going to recommend you some VTubers. It's like, that's how I feel about Twitch. Hey, how you doing, Mystery? It hasn't been a while. I think you were there last time, but still, hello, welcome. Your homework's done. Congratulations. You get a free Wednesday. Tuesday. Free Tuesday. That's pretty nice. We found this igniter, and this igniter was under the couch in Lamiwa's dressing room, and also found a similar one was found in Gavin's guitar, or Clavier's guitar, Clavier Gavin. I feel like Gavin refers to Christoph. I don't know why. But anyway. We also found a trigger that triggers it, and this was in the piano. This switch triggers an igniter. Too bad. I was hoping it was a bomb which could blow up the Coliseum. This little child is such a gremlin of chaos. You're scaring me. Oh, look! What's in my magic panties? A bomb! And then Emma will do all sorts of scientific tests on you. Like splitting your hairdo into 3 separate spikes! While she stands by, laughing and laughing in her high-pitched voice and munching. I said she'd arrest you! She's not some sort of mad scientist. Did you just hear someone laughing? Alright, we have this here, which is a diagram of the thing. And we noted last time, I think you guys can see the mouse, is that if the switch was here, the switch is in the piano, and it's reasonably quick to access the dressing room 2, dressing room 1, to hear the drums. I'm not sure if we can access here, but I think, what's his name? Gavin was burning over here, so he probably could have accessed that one. So this switch could access just about everything, even though it seems like a far walk to get to the stage. Like, you have to go all the way back here, probably, and then go up here somewhere. But, you know, from here in terms of cross-sectional length, it's not that far. We have the Borginian newspaper, so it tells us the information. They haven't yet connected the song lyrics with the murder. I don't know why it's important that the Borginians didn't connect the song lyrics with the murder, but apparently the Borginians don't necessarily believe it was the song. Next, we have this replica right here. Oh, I actually never examined this. Sample. Sample, huh? You think they put a big enough label on it? Maybe it's to keep people from eating it by mistake. It's a cocoon! Yes. They might think it was an otherwise tasty, multicolored lump of plastic. Maybe it's the manufacturer. Sample toys, where you can't afford the real thing. I bet you know all about that, Trucy. Sounds like a company, Mr. Right. Someone call CPS for this poor little munchkin. I know, I did say it looks like a jawbreaker. Like, just a really long one. And here's the guitar. We never actually examined this. This is Gavin's guitar that got burnt up. Is there anything inside? There's lightly scorched. And then there's well done. It's burned clean through. Yep, pretty much a useless piece of junk. It's kind of like you after a Someone murder this child. Someone... Which part? The bird or the useless piece of junk? What the frick? I'm literally the one feeding you! You think your dad can afford food? Anyway. Last time, someone tried to kill Lamiwa. We found her. She woke up in the hospital. We took her to the hospital. Then we had her translate for Machi Tobaye, which definitely can speak English, but he's hiding it. And she was translating, and we were like, "Hey, did you like bugs? This is a cocoon." And he's like, which means, "Oh no, it's a cocoon." And apparently he was smuggling them because he's a bioterrorist or something. I don't know, he's a little bit young to be a bioterrorist, but who knows. And we're pretty sure it's Crescent, because Crescent stopped us in the middle of the conversation. So sorry, Shark Boy. You were after writing code. Don't even get me started, man. July 10th, 9:49 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby number 2. Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. Sorry, Joe. And then there was yesterday. I'm Joey Wheeler, right? This is Darian Crescent's voice. Sorry, this meeting's over. Just give us 5 more minutes. We'll call them back after that. Sorry, no go, piano boy. We're leaving. Wait! I never liked you. Either of you. You stole my boyfriend. Huh? Trucy heavily writing in her notebook. Love triangle! Apollo. He just want us to hear what Machi had to say. And I think you know why. Time to bring down a little justice. Apollo, your line is actually really lame. Just in the court. What the? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talk? Ah, it's the Dark Magician! It is I, Valiant Grammary! I exclaimed as he walked in through the door. No, Valiant Grammary! I exclaimed as he walked in through the door. Normally. You aren't the witness for today, are you, Uncle Valiant? A preposterous proposition! How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking! I might even have to sign autographs! So I've set up a merch stand outside. That's why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day! Look out! He jumps behind the sofa. You don't know where I am! Ooh, with vanishing magic? Indeed. I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? Oh, warning? What? A grand grammary glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour? A spell. A sorcery. A great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. I don't really remember how I voiced him, so I just went back to the whole half a red-white voice, like, hello, I am Valiant Grammare! I think that was how I voiced him, though. I'm not sure if you guys remember. Or the wait. It usually involves cutting up things, like people, or elephants, or the Eiffel Tower, or your clothes, or your shirt. Josie, get away with those scissors! So it was talking about what we saw at the concert. Lamiwa's disappearing act, or Lamraz, and Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. A valiant voice variation for valiant! I wonder what he meant by the root of it all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we... remind me, why are you here when you could be enjoying your day? Like, I don't know. Wait, what year is it? It's 2026, right? What year is Apollo Justice? It's either 2025 or 2026. Okay, so what day is it? Well, it's time. Shall we go? Wait, frick. What day is it today? This is very important. This is very important to understand Trucy. Frick. I think the rest of the trilogy carries over through. I'm trying to figure out what day of the week it is. And so it's very important to know currently. All right. Excuse me, sir. Yeah? Scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. Oh, July 10th. Thank you. July 10th, 2026. What day of week? It is a Friday. It is a Friday in their world right now. Trucy should be in school, but instead, she is in court. This does not surprise me. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30. Sorry for the inconvenience. Did something happen? This is a first? It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night, watching courtroom drama. Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition has worsened. Maybe it's summer vacation. She is spending summer vacation being a lawyer. How sad is this girl's childhood? The Chief Justice's son. Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning, the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper. You care to read about it yourself. Chief Justice. Article about Chief Justice's son who was inflicted with incurite. Oh boy. Incuritis? Where have I heard that before? Incuritis syndrome, first case in country. First case in the country? Is it common in other places? Like maybe third world countries or something? Wait. No, it wouldn't be the first case in the country. It may be like first case of the country for 50 years or something like that, maybe. Is incuritis made up? I don't know. But if there was a real world disease called incuritis, That would be probably one of the worst possible diseases ever. Just leave the TV Guide page to me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. I love how it's canon that Apollo just reads comics in the newspaper. Okay, let's see. Doesn't really say anything. Disease strikes closer to home than ever before. So is incuritis, like, is it contagious? Because if this is the first case in the country, we're fitting to have a pandemic. Very similar to something that we all know and love. They're saying it's a disease. It's probably the common cold. I mean, fair enough. July 10th, 10:30 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3.
Ahem. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of... how do you say this name again?
Machi Tobaye. Our suspect, Fortissimo.
Right. His Fortissimo is in the trial of... in any case...
The defense is prepared, Your Honor! The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor?
No, well... Yes, it's just... I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time.
Yeah, that must suck, man, seeing your kid hospitalized by something that's impossible to solve. Incuritis, was it? The article says there's no known cure. Herr Judge, let me say with all honesty, I feel your pain. Oh, frick off, Clavier. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law.
Indeed! We left off at quite the juncture yesterday.
I asked Interpol about the number. IPXX 3.14159. The agent registered under this number was Romian Lataus.
Thank you for looking into that. It is a great help.
Oh, no problem, Your Honor. I'll be heading out.
Wait. I am fingering Darian Crescent.
You are fingering him?
Yes. I am fingering Darian Crescent.
What? No way! Stop fingering me!
I still can't get over how they framed that freaking sentence. Quite a sensational ending. Lamiwa fingering Darian like that. Who would have thought Darian would guest star in this season's cliffhanger as a suspect?
I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please, tell the court your findings.
Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Gaviniers. He is also a detective making the current charges serious indeed. I'd like to request a change in prosecutor. Objection. He clearly no one's gonna point out the literal malpractice that is. Okay, you know, it's fine. Yet, after investigation, I found no cause to alter our case or change the new files. And your reason? Weren't you aware, her forehead? He is an imbecile ally. He has an impeccable alibi.
An alibi?
Well, let's review the facts again, shall we? I feel like you read that wrong. No, I read imbecile alibi. I'm very smart, I promise. The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. 2024. This man is an imbecile ally. The Gaviniers ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guest took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lamiwa, and Machi, along with a drummer and a bassist for a total of 5. Wait, where were the other 2? Wait, no, Yo, are we not gonna acknowledge that we haven't met everyone involved? But you know what? It's fine. However, the shooting took place in the dressing room, in the third set. Lamiwa and the defendant, Machi Tobaye, had left the stage at that point, and the Gaviniers were already rocking. That's when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma, Sky, mind you. And Apollo, he's important too. The antidote pretended to... That is not one of my proudest moments. I sure did. Furthermore, Lamiwa herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime, when she claims to have heard Mr. Lataus and Detective Crescent talking.
But that's impossible! Detective Crescent was...
Precisely. The detective was on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila! A perfect alibi.
Viola? Does the defense have anything to add to this?
It's true. When I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up.
It appears the defense has no objections.
Viola Cadaveri... The love of my life. Behind Lamiwa, of course. Are my glasses fogged today? Don't worry about it.
It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Dorian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged.
Which means Lamiwa was sadly mistaken. Oh, I think I'm starting to get things. Darian must have left this headset in front of the room so that he could trigger the bullets firing when people were talking. So he heard Emma and Apollo talking, and he's like, there are people in front of the room right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trigger the bullets. And so they heard a bang, bang, and they're like, oh, someone must have been in there. So they went inside to try to find out who it was. But the bullets themselves weren't actually the killer firing anything. It was actually just like a trigger, which was probably triggered by this igniter here. And that was why he messed up his thing. He messed up his cue because he was trying to trigger the bullets. What is this part? I still love that. Yeah, what is this part? It's just a descending chromatic scale. It's like I have no idea. Anyway.
Her testimony can't be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections.
Apollo! If he declares a verdict now. Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight, except for the fact that the crime didn't actually occur during the third set, but rather in the second set because of the igniter, which come on, Apollo, piece it together! Lamiwa might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? Yes, the defendant has the right to testify. About the case. What about the case? He wants to tell us about Lataus's death.
This meeting's over.
Darya, why are we seeing this flashback again? Machi was trying to tell us something. I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him. Under oath. I feel like Apollo doesn't understand that under oath doesn't, like, create some magical superpower that forces people to talk to us. Would you like to answer the question, sir? No. Well, crap.
This court defines the defendant. What was his name again?
There we go. Your Honor!
No, that wasn't it. It was something like Manakyn. Mr. Justice.
Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I'd like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who until now has not been given the chance to speak in this court. Because he can't speak English! It's almost the same. You don't mean... I do! The defense calls defendant Machi Tobae to the stand!
What? But he doesn't speak English!
Well, we'll use an interpreter.
Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as, I love you, and where is the toilet?
Do you know what I hate? For the longest time, that was my understanding of Japanese. I knew exactly those two phrases. Aishiteru yo and toire doko. This the case uses the overuse of flashback a little bit. The defense would like to request Lamiwa as an interpreter. I somewhat can.
Lamiwa? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant.
But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie?
This is most unusual.
Bravo, Herr Forehead. Herr Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamiwa lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Like, in the middle of the testimony, he's like, hey, can you slow that down for a second? Toire. Doko. No, not that part. Go, Doko. Wait, what was that again? Can you say it slower? Okay, I think I think he's saying, where is the toilet?
Well, if the prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal.
Finally, some progress.
Bailiff, show the defendant and Lamiwa to the witness stand. Oh, this is like if we were in the UK in the 1800s and multiple people were testifying. Ha ha!
I suppose there's a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name, to begin with, if you would, Lamiwa.
Yes.
Can I be real here? At this, at this direction, Lamiwa looks like a ventriloquist. My name is Lamiwa. And my name is Machi. How's it going, everybody? Oh, hello, Machi. Boy, I just flew in here and boy, my arm's tired.
He says, Machi Tobae, the defendant.
This is going to be a long trial! Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular.
So far, so good.
Very well, Mr. Justice. If you would.
If I would, what, Your Honor?
What you called the defendant to the stand?
Apollo's so screwed, man. This is the first time in the series that multiple witnesses, but not the first time that there was a parrot.
What would you have him testify about?
What do I want him to testify about? Oh, I hadn't thought that. So, how you doing today? Tell me how you doing today. Apollo! Are you gonna ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying?
Excuse me a moment. If I might speak.
Yes, Lamiwa.
Just now, Machi said there is something about which he wishes to testify.
Machi wants to testify about something? What could it be?
What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please.
The suspense is killing me. What? What?
Well, Lamiwa.
According to Machi, he has proof of his innocence.
What?
This is a surprise. Yay, we win! Okay, not guilty, bye! I'm gonna get some ramen. Sounding too good to believe. I usually know what that means.
Well, if it's true, then this is vital testimony. Machi, please testify to the court.
Very well.
All right, proof of innocence. Oh, trust me. If he spent time around Lamiwa, I'm guarantee you he ain't that innocent. If you know what I'm saying. Hell yeah, boy!
He says the word of Mr. Litthaus's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of the song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that is because the lyrics are in English. He does not understand them.
Did I not say this every single second of the freaking last time we were in court? Frickin' frick.
I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them.
I wondered what he meant by proof. Why, you'd only have to ask Lamiwa to know the meaning of the song.
Lamiwa! Did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him?
I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail. And he never asked.
Too smart. No, I feel like I'm too dumb. I'm too dumb for this game. Because clearly, if I keep getting everything wrong, maybe I'm the problem, okay?
As my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead, Lamiwa might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let's proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony. I'll just have to trust my bracelet.
It worked yesterday. It'll work today. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna have to trust our bracelets and presents evidence that makes no sense. Okay, he says, but if the killing truly followed the lyrics of the song, he could not have done it. Yeah, that's right. I could not have done it. Don't forget to tip the waiter, everyone. He says that is because the lyrics are in English. He does not understand them. Obviously, this is wrong.
I'm in the zone.
Just focus on his eyes. Oh! Ooh, he looks at her when she says are in English. Why are we disproving our... Why are we disproving our own client's testimony? I feel like that's not our job.
Gotcha!
Machi! Oh!
Machi, I am in the zone, and you cannot fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the very moment Lamiwa said, English. Why? And don't bother interpreting. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. Yow, why? Must he continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, and that is all. What? Give me a break! Is it such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know the word Espania for in... What is that? Point proven! No, I have no idea what that means! I am sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well then, explain this. Spanish and Spanish? Of course I know Spanish. Hola! Soy milk. How does he know the lyrics followed the crime? Or the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? Oh, the newspaper. The Bohemian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in the country these days, you know. They have already begun to report it in our homeland.
I was right!
What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes are quite fierce all of a sudden.
Machi is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. The way I tried to pronounce Espinal is... The evidence that proves you're lying is... Oh, the evidence that proves you're lying is this.
Ah, perhaps my interpretation was at fault. Machi says, try again, adhesive. No, try again.
Oh, what the? No! You don't get... No! 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 Frickin'... What do you mean? He claims he read about it in the newspaper! And the newspaper doesn't report it! It was the wrong newspaper! I presented the wrong newspaper! They look the same! They look exactly the same! I have a Bargadian newspaper. That is a very Homer Simpson moment. The Borginian Daily Bugle. As a matter of fact. Yeah, who's the sucker now? Sucker! Indeed. There's a feature article about this case. Could you read this for me, Machi? Who's the adhesive now? Who eats glue now, Machi? Trucy in the back.
Wait, you're not supposed to eat that?
That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics.
What is this all about?
Sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper.
What does this mean?
But I don't see how it's possible. I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes.
In English? Not possible. The subject of lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So, the lyrics weren't in the newspaper, and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English!
The witness will explain herself. Himself.
Hey, Judge, don't assume his gender.
Machi says, he says,
Yes?
it is true. I read the newspaper. But this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't it funny that whenever the witness is caught in a lie, they were just mistaken? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Now I remember.
You remember?
He says he heard the lyrics from me.
Wait, what?
Is it true, Lamiwa?
Yes, I am afraid I had forgotten it myself. Ha ha, silly me. Ha ha, I am not lying.
Then it looks like Hair Forehead's been jumping to conclusions again.
So it seems. Yes.
Oh, no! I
was onto something! Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you going to do, Imagine, you only have 3 days to finish a trial, and the judge is like, sorry, we only got 2 hours today. Let's go, let's go. What are you going to do, Apollo? If I'm going to keep on cross-examining, I better have an angle of attack, or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue.
If you must, you must. Very well. I hate this job.
I understand. It was I who explained the... Alright, this time the lie isn't from... him. It's... I'm trying to look at her hands, okay? Oh. I think she was swallowing. Yeah, we already know this one, I think. I feel like we saw her swallow yesterday, right? Did we not? Didn't we try to catch... Didn't we catch her, like, in a lie yesterday? Yeah?
Gotcha!
Or not yesterday as in yesterday in the trial yesterday. Lamiwa. I am in the zone, and I am currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there's little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lamiwa, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lamiwa, you're Huh? Is this not like an obvious answer? Of course she's trying to protect him. Lamiwa, you are protecting Machi. That is why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you. I trust you. But you've lied twice. And now you have Lamiwa lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to.
Witness! Is this true? Do you understand English?
Yes. Little. Only little.
What?
First he can see, now he can talk. And you didn't know about this, Lamiwa.
No, I did not. It's quite a surprise.
How many secrets is this witness holding?
7. Only 7. Last. This is last. This is 7th. Last one.
Machi, tell us what really happened.
No shoot. I did not no shoot.
So you weren't in the dressing room when you heard the 2 gunshots, correct? Oh god, he was.
Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either.
I was in dressing room, behind desk. Manager, he on floor.
Which would be after the shooting, right? Wait, didn't we talk to... What's her name? After the second set? Right, we talked to Lamiwa in the second set, and then, what's his name? Machi was all like, I want to go out by myself. He must have ran into... He must have been trying to talk to, maybe he was trying to talk to, what's his name? Romian, and then he found him, and then he was like... And then he heard the gunshots. But Romian should have already been dead by then, if my theory is correct. Which would be after the shooting, right?
And that is voice. Voice? Or voices. Was it you and Emma, Apollo?
So when Machi was in the dressing room, Mr. Lataus had already been shot. And then we came to the door.
Handle high up. I take off. Run away. Run away.
So it was you who escaped through the air... So it was you who escaped through the air vent.
As the prosecution is upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession?
No! He's clearly denied that he did it! That's kind of disingenuous, honestly. Gavin.
I know, sir. Manager on floor. Already on floor.
The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe.
The defendant understood the song lyrics.
He was at the scene of the crime.
This can only mean one thing. He's the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this?
Oh.
He's clammed up, Apollo.
Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require further testimony?
Yes. Change the subject. Change the subject. We are allowed to ask him to testify about things if we believe it's relevant to the case. Change the subject, okay? Just change it. It's anything. Talk about the performance on the stage. Talk about something, okay? Freaking calm him down. Okay, so this is something I have heard before. When lawyers ask children to be witnesses, it's actually, the strategies they take are very different from asking adults, from what I understand. Like, apparently there's like a lot more, like, first of all, you have to be a lot less forceful when you're asking someone, when you're asking a child, because, well, first of all, the judge won't let you get away with, you know, abusing a kid. Emotionally abusing a kid. Emotionally abusing adults, that's fine. Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait. No, of course there is.
What is this job where it tastes like plastic? Nakakun, the silk is potent cure. A cure? Now, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me.
If somebody doesn't say no to that question, what the frick? Nakakun has something to do with this. Machi, please tell us the truth, for your own sake.
No more speak. Not to any of you.
So much for your precious trust, hair forehead.
Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him.
We're
Regardless, this brings us to an impasse.
It does seem that the defense and the defendant are at odds. Man, again. God, this reminds me of Phoenix. I doubt we're likely to learn anything of value should this continue. I see no course but to declare a 5-minute recess. Are the swings free? Yay, I get to go on the swings. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. Hey, you, bailiff, come push me.
Meanwhile, outside.
Whee! I love swinging.
July 10th, 11:23 a.m.
Apollo Justice.
That's, justice? Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. And when I say get some, I mean with Lami Wa. Oh! Oh, boy!
Believe I not shoot.
Machi claims Mr. Lataus was already dead on the ground when he entered.
Maybe it was a trap, like he walked into it. Suddenly, I hear revolve. Close, very close. Then I hear a voice.
You heard the gunshots?
Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound.
Wait, you're saying you weren't into the... You went into the dressing room? And found Mr. Lataus dead, and then you heard shots? Why would anyone do that to Mr. Lettuce? Because he's an Interpol. If that's true.
So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots? And you escaped through the air vent?
I bet you Damon, or Crescent. I bet you freaking Crescent told him to go there.
I know.
Yes, he literally vented. He's sus. He vented, sus. But he didn't kill anyone.
What do you know? I know if I vent, I can leave and backstage.
So the vents went both to the stage and the backstage? Is that what he means?
But everyone think me sus. He's right. Look, Apollo. I drew a line.
Huh, yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that?
Wait, I bet his dad was the architect that designed the hall. I hear this from magician.
Magician?
Don't look at me.
A magician?
Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Lataus.
Wait, let's see if it's updated. Oh, not that. Stupid second newspaper. Alright, so they did update this. Yeah, but what does that leave us then? We're supposed to say he was in the room to find the body. And then he heard the shots. That one's gonna go over well in court. Not.
Apollo, you're his defense attorney. You're supposed to believe in him. Even lie. That's what Daddy always told.
Mr. Wright, please. Please raise your daughter better. I'll pretend you misheard him. Every time. So, what do we do?
You're sure you won't testify, Machi? I ain't no talk. Well, it was worth a shot.
The magic trick, that's what I was thinking as well. Oh, hey, this presents a new idea. Right? If Machi said the vents can go to the stage and the backstage, like I guess like you can actually enter the vents through here as well, maybe? And then like you can go to the stage and then you can like go down the vents here. Oh, whoops. the vents exist like this, right? There is now a third location if the vents are accessible. If the vents are actually accessible, he said he can go into the vent and still go out to the stage or to the backstage, right? So those things, all those things are connected, which means there are ways to get into the vents outside of just this air vent, air duct, or whatever it's called. Which means people can be in the vents. It is actually possible to be in the vents, which means there is now another location that Lamiwa heard the gunshots from, which is up here. And in theory, these vents, they can never be closed. So if you remember, Lamiwa said, the best word I can think of is a window. And functionally, she's not wrong. An air duct is a window. But for example, I don't know how to say monkey wrench in Japanese. Actually, I'll look it up right now. Monkey wrench. Okay, so monkey wrench in Japanese is monkey wrench. Turns out I do know how to say monkey wrench in Japanese. Still, the point stands. Okay, I don't know how to talk about... I don't know a library... Okay, I do know a library. 図書館. Wait, let me think. I don't know how to say... I don't know how to say mesothelioma in Japanese. Okay? I do not know how to say mesothelioma in Japanese. You know, you had thought, what if she heard the vents through the roof or something? Yeah, it's not exactly the roof, it is the vents, but still, same idea, right? Nichijo taught you how to say monkey wrench. It's monkey wrench. Window is... I don't know how to say window in Spanish, but then again, I don't know a lot. I mean, never mind. I'm perfect in Spanish. Like, the only thing I don't know is window in Spanish. That's like the only word I don't know in Spanish. So, it makes sense for me to go, hole in Spanish. I saw it through the agujero. I saw it through the agujero. And they're like, the hole? What do you mean there's no hole in the wall? When I actually meant window. But I don't know the word for window. So I would say agujero. Mesothelioma is chukawashu. Middle of your skin. Interesting. I mean, that makes sense. Anyway. Right, so... it makes sense that she would say, oh, I saw it through the window. When in reality, she just doesn't know the word for air duct. So here, I remember her specifically saying, I don't know if this is the right word, but... window is the best word I can think of. So he comes in, she's around here, and you know, as we were saying, right? She might have been in a hurry, as we were talking about. If this crime actually occurred during Act 2, she was in a hurry during the magic trick. So she might have been like, oh, I vanished from the stage. Oh God, I gotta run. Go, 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 go. So she was running, she was in a hurry, and the fact that she was in a hurry, you know, indicates that this was Act 2 because she had to get from one side to the other. And the reason why she didn't bother telling us why she was in a hurry, I remember I didn't actually try to ask her. I wanted Apollo to ask her, but he was like, "Oh, are you sure everything was okay?" And like, why didn't you ask her why she was hurrying? Okay, long story short, she went down. She heard it during Act 2, and by the fact that she could hear it through the window, tells us that it was in Act 2. You did, but she was not allowed to tell you. Well, if she wasn't allowed to tell us, then it was because she signed an NDA, right? Obviously, right? She signed the NDA. So that's like you guys saying like, "Oh, what anime are you going to be in, Manakyn?" And I'm like, you know, the one with the girl who people simp for. Please don't sue me. Right? She promised the Dark Magician. She signed an NDA. Right? It's the same thing. So like she's like, I can't tell you why I was in a hurry. I guess I really had to go to the bathroom on stage. But I decided to go to the stage first and then hold it and then go to the bathroom after I went on the stage. And I then I went down onto the oh god. I just broke NDA. Anyway, so now we know what exactly happened. It was in the middle of the magic trick when she heard the gunshots. It was worth a shot. I made an unintentional pun. Trucy, I'm gonna murder you. A cocoon. I can't go home. Can't go home. Like, the road is under construction and you like, I can walk you back. There are a lot of shortcuts. I cannot go home to Borghini. Oh, do you need to buy a ticket? I can buy you a ticket. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Borghinia is death. Oh, well, that's not really my problem. I bought you the plane ticket. Of course he's scared. Well, we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, well, I have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. District Court number 3, 11:28 a.m.
Yo, what's up? Yo, do you guys know how high I was on the swings? I went beyond 90 degrees. I was so happy. Our court is back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk.
Very well. So will he testify?
Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. You know, gaining the trust of your client, okay, even though it's kind of hurting the case, gain the trust of your client, and then maybe he will be willing to testify later.
What?
Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn this case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle.
Yeah, did you see the angle of my swings, though? A different angle.
If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine... The witness I would like to cross-examine in this case, Lamiwa.
Lamiwa. Oh.
Objection!
Nuh-uh. I thought we determined yesterday that Lamiwa's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lamiwa was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries.
What happened? Why are we not aware of this? What kind of clown court is this?
She was assaulted, Your Honor. Damn, do we not have witness protection? What the frick? Hell... God damn. Their police system needs work like frickin' bad.
Assaulted? What happened to witness protection?
Someone wanted Lamiwa dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? Okay, at least Clavier has a modicum of concern. I've heard no such report! Thank God it's fictional, right? Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone want to be out to kill Lamiwa? Can you think of a reason? Yes, Manakyn is incredibly jealous. Can you think of another reason? Well, there might be another reason. Think of how she's known in our country. Well, of course he'd be concerned. He did bond with and perform. I can never tell with him. I don't think it's obvious that he has any emotions. Like, half the times he feels like a psychopath. I'm going to be honest. Think of how she's known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English. And someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? Oh, I see. A racist. No! And think of something else. Maybe someone doesn't like, face mask? No, another idea.
You don't think?
I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Lataus. The killer was afraid of her. Afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So if I'm to understand that this is what you... So I'm to understand that this is what you're saying. See, look, he goes from like sweating to like, whatever, no big deal, yeah. It's like I feel like half the times he doesn't have emotions. Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lamiwa's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover. Exactly. And I want those 10-piece nuggies, baby.
Oh, McDonald's. If Lamiwa was attacked, this has serious implications. Bailiff, can you go get takeout? Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamiwa's testimony once more.
Hello, my darling. Lamiwa, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak.
You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this.
Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent.
That is correct.
At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed, and was found to be quite soundproof. It's okay, Apollo. It's okay. Just relax.
You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice.
I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something in there. There is, it seems, much. You do not... Why you gotta be like this, Clavier? Why you gotta be throwing shade? Why can't we lift each other up? Come on. Why... Man, Clavier's just a hater that wants to bring everyone down.
It is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more.
Of course, Your Honor. I was on my way to the stage. From the stage to the backstage exit.
You think we could become friends with Clavier? I don't know. Maybe another life.
That is when I heard them. Mr. Lataus and the detective. I heard a faint sound of a gunshot, then stopped, then heard another gunshot. There was smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry. so I kept moving past the small window.
I know exactly what to get her on.
Pretty much the same testimony.
I am sorry. I am not used to speaking this much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. And yet, everything I have said here is the truth.
It's okay, Lamiwa. Your presence more than makes up for your possible lacking of language skills. Trust me, we are all happy that you're here. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamiwa was attacked because of this testimony. What? Trizzy?
Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool.
Can't Apollo always be cool? Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead.
Very well, Mr. Justice.
Oh, hell yeah! I am amazing, and we gon' crack this kid.
Mr. Justice, no. Now you are very uncool.
Language barrier is very real.
Perhaps you can go back to the cool and cross-examine the witness.
Yo, so what's the deal, ya Apollo?
You ruined it.
You're on the way from the stage to the backstage exit.
Is something wrong?
I know I said hold it. She's saying the same thing she said before.
Mr. Justice!
Sorry, it's, nothing. Please continue.
Now I know what they say about reckless youth these days. And cats. And Ohio. Oh, I learned a new one. Hagamaxing.
The one in red over there is a shining example of a hagmaxer. Hair Judge. You're the last person to be pointing fingers. Dang, Lamiwa. Lamiwa is a hag I would max so hard. I mean, what? Darion Crescent?
I did not know his name at the time. But yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday.
How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There's no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed, right? Is that why? Of course.
Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions, we're not gonna get anywhere.
She's right. Maybe there's a different angle. What were they talking about? Did you hear anything else? Let's just start by what were they talking about? Did you hear anything else? Obviously, she heard gunshots. Those are probably going to filter out everything else. If you hear a lot of things, you only subjectively remember everything. So if you hear a gunshot, it's not like you're going to remember everything. So let's just see if she remembers what they were talking about specifically. Do you by any chance remember what they were saying? If so, please tell us.
I have given much reflection, but
I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember.
I only heard one phrase clearly.
A whole phrase?
What does Rizzler mean?
You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday?
Nobody asked. You see, I do not understand what was said.
This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr.
The shooter, then. Darion Crescent.
Well, What did he say?
Skibbity toilet.
I'm so sorry.
It's over. Press the switch now.
Toilet switch. And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Letaus?
I thought it quite strange myself afterward.
It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light?
I mean, yeah. It's very vital. Can you add it to the testimony? Maybe Apollo? Obviously, they were playing Mario Kart and Darian Crescent was losing, so he kicked the switch over. And it was Detective Darian Crescent's?
Yes, I am sure of it.
It's over. Press the switch. Why would he say that?
I mean, I sometimes rage quit too. Apollo! The murder weapon. The revolver was Mr. Letaus's, right?
Yeah, what of it?
Well, maybe when he said press the switch, he really meant to say pull the trigger! Because his English isn't good!
Darian Crescent is a native speaker.
But he's also really dumb.
You have a point.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, I forgot who was who.
Press the switch. That's not something a killer usually says to the victim.
Was there no one else in the room?
I do not know. Hello, I am blind. All I heard was Mr. Letaus and the detective.
I'm surprised there haven't been more blind jokes. I wonder, do they want me to show you what the switch means? How's it going, Toko? Is that what they want to show? Objection! It's been too long. Welcome back. Toph from Avatar. Blind, remember? Press the switch. Do I remember you? You might have gone by a different name. Because I think maybe your profile looks familiar, but I don't remember the username. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene called a switch. Save the lights. True. There wasn't a switch at the scene. But it just so happens, I have a switch right here.
That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it?
The problem is, this was not found at the scene of the crime, but on the stage.
The stage?
Where the concert was held. Yeah. Oh, you were here back at the security breach scene. It's been a while. Welcome back. This was found hidden there. On the stage.
Are you claiming that the voice Lamiwa heard was of someone commanding another person to press this switch?
It's a possibility.
Objection!
Oh, hair forehead. I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind you of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lamiwa's dressing room. Not to mention the Gavinews were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. Haven't you heard our song? Objection overruled! You can shout all you want and not be heard.
The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout.
So, too, have hair forehead's cries of possibility fallen short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You like her constellation clothes? I do too. You heard what I said? Or do you need me to shout it for you? Oh, Apollo! Yo, you cannot do him like that! It would have been quite simple to be heard from the stage. Oh, wait. You'd like evidence still, wouldn't you? How about this? It'd be easy to get a message from someone from the stage to the dressing room. No, wait! No. I was trying to press examine.
So the shooter used this to get the message to the stage? Perhaps you can demonstrate this for us.
Maybe I was wrong. Sorry, Your Honor.
What? I can't hear you!
Very funny. Apparently, it's easier said than done. Demonstrate for us. Here. This is a Nintendo Switch Joy-Con. You press the button. I'm sorry! I pressed the wrong button! If I want to show another piece, no need to shout. Neither did the shooter need to shout, Your Honor. Not with this! Sorry, Apollo. You can never be cool. Wait, let me make sure. Let me make sure this is the right one. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this.
That's... What is it? Some kind of newfangled phone? Ugh.
This is a type of transmitter. Communications device.
Communication? What now?
From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, prosecutor?
They're for talking between band members.
We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait. Those send out electronic signals. To avoid interference with the audio systems, the range is limited. Lamiwa said it was about 30 feet. Look at the cross-section! Well, bam! Exactly. The walk from stage to backstage seems pretty far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. See these circles I drew? That can't be!
So, when Lamiwa heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage. Ooh.
You're claiming that this switch is... This is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch? Well, I guess we don't.
An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where this switch was, there was little point in debating it.
It's okay. We made a point. We made a good enough point. It's so nice seeing Clavier freak out instead of looking cool. The animation looks cool. Not really what I was going for. I was saying I like to see him suffer, but hey, you know what? Fine. Simp for him and not for Apollo. Apollo's my boy. Come on. Why can't he get the ladies? I was sure this was the way to go.
What is this switch anyway? We don't even know that basic fact.
Well, why don't you hold this while I press the button? Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes the case. Apollo? Apollo! We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah. Yeah, it also plays like a weird strummed chord. Or I don't know. I think that has a term in music, but I don't know enough about my rock music terms. You're just appreciating... Yeah, just appreciate Clavier's animations and not my boy Apollo. Come on, Apollo needs love. Everyone abuses Apollo, and everyone loves Clavier. Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information...
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Justice?
I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is.
Well, the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence. Please do not misclick.
I'm assuming they mean this. Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this?
That's... what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? Is it the Razor? Is it a Blueberry?
This is an igniter. What phone looks like this?
An igniter? Like a lighter?
Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote? I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Hold this for me. Oh, no, not you, Judge! I'm sorry. Okay, I usually say rule number 1 of court is not to argue with the judge, but rule number 1 is actually don't set the judge on fire. Rule number 2 is don't argue with the judge. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I was expecting.
If my whiskers had caught on fire.
Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? Would that be attempted arson? I don't know, but that would probably lose your case.
You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you?
Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance.
Wasn't that part of the stage show, though?
Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware that such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right. He got it in Borginia from La Miwa. Yes, people in Borginia were smuggling eggs, and I bet you they were smuggling eggs inside the guitar! He said the sound was amazing. Just before it burned, now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Their forehead! Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by La Miwa, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Lataus and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on the stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, the guitar caught on fire.
Well, that does seem to make sense. though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it.
That seems pretty simple to me. Apollo, do not talk back to the judge.
Objection!
Air forehead. Don't destroy what little respect I have for you. Why, Clavia? I have been nothing but loving and kind to your frickin' pretty ass face, and this is what I was expecting a little more, something a little more sensible. Guess I was wrong.
What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin?
The simple story makes no sense. Think that night my guitar caught fire, yeah? The cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. That's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during Lamiras' song. Yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated.
Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise is faulty.
See? This story makes no sense. Oh, here we go. Get him. Get him! Are you sure about that, princess?
What exactly do you mean by princess, Mr.
No, not you. I'm talking about Clavia.
Oh, yes, he is a pretty princess.
Maybe it's not the premise for which my explanation of the switch is at fault. Maybe it's the premise of the entire case.
What premise is this specifically?
I'm glad you asked. I'm saying maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act at all! Let's go! I better see Clavier sweating in the next frame. Oh, he gonna be sweating. He's gonna be sweating. Plot is setting us free! You know what they say, right? The plot will set you free. That's why I like anime with really, really big plot. What's this? But Detective Emma Sky heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Machi was in the dressing room at the time.
How are you going with this, Mr. Justice?
Stay with me, Your Honor. I know you're getting up there in age, but he also told us this in his testimony. Namely, the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on this headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote triggered igniter was inside the guitar.
Wait, we do?
Well, we talked about this outside of the court case. Let's just pretend.
Okay. I don't really make any logical conclusions anyway.
Why is the judge even here? Why is the judge here? From all these facts, we draw one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad, the second act. What?
Order! But that goes against the evidence.
What does, Your Honor? Apollo is cool. Thank you for noticing. My boy!
The crime was carried out according to the lyrics, yes?
No. The crime, Darion wanted us to think that the crime was carried out in the order of the lyrics, so he could reverse things and then we wouldn't notice, just like a certain ultimate nurse. He's right, look! The bullet's supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through. with a little merit for the person doing it.
Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason.
Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose?
First, Prosecutor Gavin, you're sweating. That's so uncool. Oh no! All the ladies are leaving the court. Wait, come back!
If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet Hair Forehead has raised another possibility. Wait, ladies, I'm cool again. I'm not sweating. Come on, stay with me. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to the point, but that was all a ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he followed the lyrics all the way.
Order! That would explain a most unusual situation.
It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, not the second! I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly, it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense. The ladies are returning to the courtroom. What the heck's going on? Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic. For it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yeah. Contradiction, Hair Forehead. One I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window was closed. But what if it wasn't a window? How could Lamiwa have heard a voice through it? I love how they create this image as a flashback, even though it didn't actually happen like this. They're very deceiving. Oh. I know that you want to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise, even though the switch thing makes sense and the fire thing makes sense and the multiple different gunshots make sense, and the fact that they follow the lyrics in order to deceive us makes sense, even though everything else makes sense. You're wrong because of this one minute detail. Don't say right, Apollo! Jeez, come on! Lamiwa's testimony is my entire case. The voice she heard, shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. No, I'm telling you, it just burst into flame because I was on frickin' fire, baby. Can't all be coincidence. But how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lamiwa heard the voice?
A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this?
Okay, Justice, we've got one thing to prove. Lamiwa heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. How was Lamiwa able to hear the voice? The window was open. I mean, all of these are generally make sense. The window was open. The air duct in theory is always open. She was somewhere else. She wasn't at that window. She was in. So these both make sense. The only one that doesn't really make sense is, she has divine hearing! The window was closed, as you say, yet Lamiwa could still hear the voice. Because she has the power of divine hearing! I'm sorry, Apollo. I had to do it. That's the only explanation!
The witness was a siren, Mr. Justice. Not a saint.
I said hearing, Your Honor, not healing. Well, that fell on deaf ears.
I'm not sure I know what to say. I'm not sure I know what this divine hearing ability is.
Then perhaps we should hear it straight from the all-powerful voice himself. Care to explain how clairaudience has anything to do with this case? Yeah, we just move on now.
Only if you can enlighten this court.
Hey! They didn't even penalize me!
Well, it was a reasonable attempt, so I won't penalize you for this one.
When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either. We might as well try them all. Meaning, it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. It's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. What the Yo! Clavier's a freaking racist! What the frick is that supposed to... It is 2026, Clavier. What the frick is that supposed to mean? As I was saying, before I was rudely interrupted by that racist remark... Are you sure Clavier really did bond with Lamiwa? After all, she's just a Borginian. It's like, no. We gonna cancel him for this, okay? Okay. Hot prosecutor, racist towards Borginians. Do you know what the worst part is? Nobody's gonna care because he's famous and he's rich. And all the girls are going to be like, oh, he's racist, but, you know, that can be excused because he's rich. That's Twitter in a nutshell. But Apollo, you can't be racist. So there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely.
What's this?
You amuse me so. And here I thought you had a good sense. I thought you and good sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and good sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you here, forehead? Lamiwa clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. And there's only one small window at the scene. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Let's go, Apollo! Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene?
There is?
I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Okay, good boy, Apollo. Would you want to tell us where the window is? Very well. You claim that you heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show.
Lamiwa heard a voice from here. It's not this, right? I mean, this was the vent, but in theory, these, or unless these are light, or but these are lights. Is it are these? But I feel like the safe answer is this one, but I feel like these ones should work too, right? Unless these aren't vents at all. I'm just gonna go with the safe answer. This is where Lamiwa heard the voice from.
But that's no small window.
That's the air vent! What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language.
That's really racist, Apollo. We have to...
Yeah, that's so racist. How could you be racist against Borginians, Apollo? That's awful. Wow, this is just like Twitter. No, what I'm saying, it's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Just like Manakyn would call a window in Spanish a... Frick, I don't even remember what it is. Hole in Spanish. A aguero. A window, aguero. I know Spanish. I'm really good at Spanish. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lamiwa was up in the ventilation system listening to a man's voice? That's the only logical explanation, yes. Just ask her, what direction did the sound come from? She would say, from below. Logical? I don't think the word means what you think it means here, forehead. Okay? What about it isn't logical? It hardly merits me saying. Your argument's so dumb, I'm not even gonna argue against it. That's how you win all your arguments, by the way. You just tell people that they're stupid. My Spanish is killing me. Hola! Soy milk. Why would Lamiwa be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense to her, of course, she's very beautiful. I love Borginians, by the way. Explanation simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lamiwa? I signed an NDA. Please don't do this to me. I don't want to be sued. Juicy, make sure your uncle doesn't sue Lamiwa. I don't know. He's pretty litigation happy. You've been listening to our discussion here, yeah?
Yes, I admit, it had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why should that mean I could not hear through it? I fear our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter.
Oh, Lamiwa, don't do him like that! Ow! Ah! The problem here is words. Lamiwa, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it high up on the ceiling of a room, not low on a wall?
Yes, it was on ceiling.
What?
Order! I'll have order, please. Please. Witness, you clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were above the ceiling of a room? And that was where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, I was. I am sorry. I never imagined it would become such an important point.
Yeah, well, why the heck were you up there? No, please, I signed an NDA. I don't know, Apollo. My uncle works part-time as a lawyer at Nintendo. Oh, God. We better not do anything.
I believe it's time for another testimony.
I cannot.
Might I remind you, this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from the ceiling. Please.
But I do not want to be sued.
Well, looks like I'm on the right track.
Yes, I was above ceiling when I heard voice.
Oh, wow, look at this. Like, she was actually crouching down, huh?
I heard there was a small window there before. I was in middle of performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I signed an NDA. I am bound to secrecy.
Bound to secrecy.
In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold.
But you were in the middle of your why were you down? Okay. So this happened during the second set?
I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard.
Yes, but tell us what you were doing in detail.
That's what the cross-examination is for. Yeah, hair forehead. Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that. Why did I say binding? Like freaking Arthur. No obligation, no binding pact. Maybe it's the orange words. May hinder that mission.
Very well. Mr. Justice, examine.
What are you going to do, Apollo?
I'm gonna truth her. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just gotta get it out of her.
Yes, I was above ceiling when I heard voice. I heard there was small window.
Okay, yeah, oh, right, we were in cross-examination. For some reason, I was just rereading it. I was above the ceiling when I heard a voice. Heard there was a small window. I had no time to report what I heard. Okay, what were you saying? Sorry, what were you doing? Why were you down there in the middle of your performance? Wait, as to why I was there. So without a word, you just let the third set start?
After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do.
You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding. Oh, come on, Apollo, don't do that.
Yes, perhaps I could have.
I see a little point in badgering the witness. What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. I've lost my voice in the middle of the show and kept singing, completely unaware. If only all contradictions were so obvious. If only I can get Lamy Wa to talk. Crushing her doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. Okay, why? You heard gunshots during the second set during your performance. You're quite sure?
Yes. Why would I lie about the time?
Why didn't you tell us?
No one asked.
You know what? Fair.
I thought you all knew. I told you Machi was not the killer. I told you this many times.
Yes, you did. You never told us why.
I'm sorry. I was not able to speak of it.
Unable or unwilling?
He's not talking. What do we do?
We'll just have to prove it ourselves. As long as she's bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. But if I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it.
But how are you going to do that? She was singing on the stage. She couldn't have been above the ceiling, too.
Yes, she could. You've got a theory as to why. And maybe I've even got the evidence to prove it. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I guess we just have to tell her why she was there. Well, I do know why you were there. Lamiwa, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance.
What happened?
Yeah, it's all right here on this videotape.
It wraps itself around me. And now, through the air I fly. Whoa! Whoa! I am in the air, I am invisible, burning on my heart. And now, Prosecutor Gavin will die. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away.
And now she's no longer wearing the brooch. We noticed this last time. I still love that. I still love that ending. Oh God, put it out! As we can see, Lamiwa was clearly not on stage for her entire performance.
Oh.
Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamiwa is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo, no! What, Trucy? No, it's not nice! Uncle Valiant has sued me 6 times before! But I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be...
This is all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There are only 20 seconds between when she disappears and when she reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Uh-oh. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin?
This was his concert. That was his show. He knows how the illusion was performed.
Oh.
He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage through the backstage to the rear of the forum.
Whoa!
Recall Lamiwa's testimony from yesterday.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
She went to the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of the route above the ceiling.
Lamiwa knew this because it was her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew.
What?
Just in the lobby, Machi told me something.
I know if I opening vent, I leave stage in backstage.
He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? Were you left out of the loop? Maybe you ain't as all-knowing as you think you are. I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me?
Magicians only reveal the details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of magician's life, you know?
Which is why he bound Lamiwa to that NDA. Well, Lamiwa?
I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you.
So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used the route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that, but I'm still...
Oh! It makes sense why the brooch was found so close to the vent now. Because she dropped it through the vent. Why is that, Your Honor?
As I said before, there was very little time between when she disappeared and reappeared. 20 seconds, tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice.
And that's a good question. I mean, the fact is she did it.
Can the witness explain?
I cannot.
Very well, Mr. Justice. It's up to you. Do your thing. Go on. Ta-ta. Come on, hurry up. Let's go. Go on. You need to explain how Lamiwa was able to teleport. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater.
Why? Why? Why do I get picked on? It's Lamiwa who's not going along with the program.
As I have stated, I have an NDA.
You'll have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her.
Yes, if you would, please.
Right. Feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. Don't forget to bring a pencil. The big illusion.
I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is emergency exit in backstage, where a stagehand waited.
There's an emergency exit in backstage where stagehand, right? Right. I followed the route as instructed. There is an emergency exit where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage.
The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes.
The plan was for you to move there in 2 minutes?
I was on my way when I heard the voice.
2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens.
Suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something.
As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice!
All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamiwa is saying and what we can see in the video.
I figured it out already! I'm a magician after all.
Well, tell me.
Nope.
Does she not understand the severity of the case?
I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on!
You're supposed to be on my side here? Fucking Trucy. I kind of want to fail this just to make Trucy feel bad. You follow the route, emergency exit backstage. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side. The plan was for you to move there in 2 minutes. 2 minutes?
Yes, it can be done if 1 minute if you are running.
Running in that cramped, dark tunnel?
Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference.
It's true, but...
So you're saying on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes?
Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. I stopped halfway.
Lamiwa disappears from the video for 20 seconds. But she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How?
If you want my professional opinion, I bet the answer is right there in the video.
Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony.
Yeah. Evidence. Yeah, I mean the brooch, right? There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy. I think that's what they're talking about, right? Lamiwa, do you happen to remember this brooch?
Ah, the brooch, we saw that yesterday.
Was found at the scene of the crime, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now? Why? I thought we had already determined that when it was dropped. So did I. But we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Here, you can see she's wearing the brooch.
So she is.
Let's look a bit later. No, wait. You stopped it before the best part. When Gavin was all like, oh God, fuck.
It's gone.
What? Yeah. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. I don't know, I feel like that distance doesn't feel all that far. Right? If you guys have seen like how big stages are, like you can probably go from this point here to this point here in 20 seconds. This is just the front seats, right? The front seats is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 rows of seats? You can absolutely do that in 20 seconds. You don't even have to run, you can just walk briskly. The Lamiwa we see before the Vanishing Act and the one we see after are two different people! Oh, hey, so there really was a wait a second. If there was a body double, why does she need to take the pathway? She could have just been sitting here waiting. Oh, I suppose because that was the end of the second act, right? Which means she was probably performing a bunch of different songs on stage. And so she went backstage to go this way. So while someone else took her body double at there. I think. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lamiwa, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage at the very moment you witnessed the crime?
Yes, I think I did.
Hold up! Prosecutor Gavin!
From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew. Oh, screw you, Clavier. You're like, of course I knew. I know everything because I'm amazing. Screw you.
What?
Don't get me wrong. I wasn't hiding it. This never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right. There really was a switch. There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lamiwa was replaced.
While we're on the subject, who was the replacement?
The man behind the illusion. Valiant Grant. I've been simping for him! Ah! Oh, I feel so dirty! Dang it. It was Grammary? Dang it, don't laugh at me. That's quite the illusion, but still don't get one thing.
Yes.
The switch happened before the tower rose. So you weren't even on the stage.
That's right.
But this fake Lamiwa was still singing. And she's pretty good. Oh, well, that's magic. Here, listen to me.
That's true.
Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. They were just playing a recording.
The Gavineers aren't some kind of air guitar.
How you are so. That's literally all you do, clavier. Oh, you mean I'm wrong?
When we play a show live, we play live. No recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lamiwa.
She was probably just singing while she walked. He just make a really good impression of a woman's voice. I mean, hey, there are some people who can do that.
I had to keep singing even while I moved.
You were singing?
Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings. So I used this.
Do you guys know that a lot of your favorite bands do, in fact, lip sync while they're on stage? And there's actually precedent for that. Generally, it's because, what is it? Singing multiple concerts across multiple days at a very high volume often is incredibly vocally intensive. So they use lip syncing to take a break. Like that's for those of you who didn't actually know that, I'm sorry for destroying the magic for you guys, but they don't sing every single song.
So I use this.
Wait, you were singing the whole time? Even when crawling above the sea? That's got to be hard. You know, singing while like hunched over, you don't get a lot of air.
Why should it matter where I sing? Everywhere I go is the same darkness.
From a logical standpoint, it'd be super. Yeah. That's why. I remember when I first discovered my favorite band doesn't sing every single song. They're fakers. I was so sad, but I was like, no, that's just the reality of the industry. It's like, whatever.
But if you were singing while you were walking...
That's right. Wouldn't the shooter and the victim have heard?
She was saying no, because the speaker was also playing.
She was singing over their heads.
That is right. I can barely sing. I know, right? It would take so much air.
Are you sure?
You have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling.
Once again, we've come back to the state of the crime scene.
What state?
I know what he means. The speaker.
The speaker? The speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Ah, yeah, that's for monitoring the stage from the room.
Monitoring?
It pipes real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up.
Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a feed from the stage. At my request, actually.
So Lamiwa singing in the ceiling sounded just like her singing over the speaker.
Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice. The floor is made of floor!
Lamiwa?
I have just remembered something.
Do tell.
When I heard the noise, the gunshots. Yeah.
She would have picked up the gunshots in her speaker. It's not a floor is made of floor. Well, maybe it's more like I used the stones to destroy the stones. Maybe it's closer to something like that.
It startled me, so I stopped singing.
Yes, I remember. She only pleasures one. Wait. She only says pleasure once. I remember that. I do remember that.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing.
The song. I'm sorry. This game has so much questionable vocabulary. The song stopped?
Thankfully, it was in the beginning of the second verse. So not many would notice.
Forehead. Mixing board. Where is it? The mixing... Oh, the machine, Apollo. The one that breaks music into little musics. Oh, yeah. Here. Wait, he just lent it to us? Do you know how big that thing is? Apollo's just been carrying it around. He's like, with a boombox. He's like, hey, guys, how's it going? Let's take a listen. Wait, listen. Okay, she's on 1. She's on 1. Oh, it's coming. Pleasure is coming. Listen to 1. Yes! The song does stop there!
It does. I must have missed it.
Look at the lyrics sheet. At the top of the second verse. See where it says, pleasure, pleasure. It is a little off tempo too, you're right. Now listen again.
I stole away the keys, and my heart held on so tight.
Oh my god, was that a gun?
Pleasure. But a fleeting melody.
Can you imagine if she actually screamed or something? That would have been hilarious.
This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of destroying music.
The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second. During Lamiwa's ballad. I know, right? It should have been like a fleeting melody. Oh my god! Pleasure!
If that is true, no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter.
Which means Daryon Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, prosecutor pretty boy. Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yeah, okay, so honestly, props to Lamiwa for being able to maintain composure like that. Yet one problem remains.
What's that, prosecutor?
Air Forehead's theory does have a kind of logic to it. But it's entirely based upon Lamiwa's testimony. And the video. And the video. And the mixing board. And the switch. And the igniter. And the cross-sectional diagram. And the headset. And the state of the crime. And the fact that the brooch was there. And the lyrics. Gavin, what are you on about? But if her testimony is a lie, okay, so there is something in law called, okay, look, a lot of people don't realize, like, when it comes to law, your job isn't necessarily to prove something, especially if you're not on the defense's side. Your job is to build a mountain of evidence, right? Like, individually, one of these things doesn't really make sense, right? But when you piece together a lot of different things, when you piece together a whole bunch of different things, like the state of the crime, the fact that, we couldn't find anyone at the crime scene, the fact that they followed the lyrics in a certain way because of, for the sake of disguising, the fact that her brooch was there, the fact, the fact that the remote trigger was found in the piano. It's like, as you effectively, if you take out the foundation, no. See, that is a very common thing that a lot of people say, like, oh, well, if you have something that piecing together, no, it's like everything continues, even if you don't, like one individual thing, like, doesn't make sense, right? But if you piece everything together, right? Like all these different things, even if you take out her testimony, right? Even if you take out her testimony, a lot of the evidence is pieced together, right? And so it's like you have this, and then you have this, and then you have this on top of it, and you have this on top of it. We're not building a house, right? We're just collecting all our evidence, right? We're not trying to necessarily create a logical structure. We're just trying to demonstrate that there is enough reason to doubt that this kid is innocent, right? Your job is to build a house, Clavier!
Yes? Is there a problem with this?
See, even the judge understands. What? Doubt that this kid is innocent? Wait. No, I don't doubt that the kid is innocent. I'm fairly certain he's innocent. In fact, okay, also the fact that there's the Interpol numbers, and also that's like, there are so many different connections that like, that demonstrate that this kid is unlikely to have done it. Like, we've already established, like, long before Lamiwa's testimony, we already were able to figure out that the killing probably happened during the second set. Right? It's one of those things where it's like, what you're saying makes sense because of how lopsided and upside down this court system is, right? It's like what you're saying is like, oh, if her testimony is a lie, nothing matters. That makes sense in a world where like everyone assumes he's guilty, and it's like, this is not how trial is supposed to work. Right? Her testimony, if her testimony is a lie, you said, then nothing matters. But what isn't a lie is the fact that she did stumble over her words during the performance, right? What isn't a lie is that we do actually know how the trick was performed. So she would have been walking on top of it, right? Even if she says like, even if we can say, oh, well, what if her testimony is a lie? We have things that support the fact that her testimony, we have things that continue to support her testimony, right? So it's not like, so it's like, even if we want to try to argue that we don't know if her testimony is true or not, we have some aspects that support it, right? So it's slowly building that mountain of evidence, right? So functionally, even if we talk about like the idea, like your metaphor of foundation, right? It's like we have enough to make a basic support of her testimony, right? If her testimony is a lie, then yeah, and I'll also say, like, if her testimony is a lie, well, what about all the testimonies that Clavier freaking brings up? Japanese law, not US law. I'm gonna be, wait, I don't know exactly what you mean by that, Mystery. You've said that a few times. I don't think Japanese law is this screwed up. I'm pretty much 100% sure that Japanese law is not this screwed up either. Yeah, I'm pretty sure in Japanese law, the prosecutor can't just randomly present evidence or just bring out a witness and then the judge says, okay, well, that's it. Mystery. Okay, all right, let me just stop really quickly. Mystery, I'm not sure if you're actually trying to make a legitimate argument. I say 80% of these things half joking. I don't actually believe that this game is supposed to follow our laws. I'm just complaining because that's kind of the point of the game, right? You're saying this is supposed to be a parody. I don't know if you're actually trying to make an argument against me, but no, I completely understand what you're saying. I completely understand what you're saying, right? Half of what I'm saying is complaining because it's so bad. That's kind of the point. I just want to make sure, right? So I don't want you to get so heated. I don't want you to get so heated. I'm just trying to explain why these things wouldn't work. In Japanifornia, you don't question the law. The law questions you. Yeah, I just want to make sure. I want to make sure I'm not trying to make like a heated argument or something, right? I completely understand what you're saying. It's just one of those things where it's like, that's all I'm doing, okay? What if she's lying to protect the defendant? People who live in Japanifornia. Well, the only people who apparently don't know that rule are Phoenix Wright and Apollo Justice. You took a little, yeah, no worries. No worries. I just want to make sure it's not super serious. Trucy and Maya would be the types to ask bodies why they were murdered. I mean, to be fair, Maya can actually ask a body why it was murdered. Maya actually can. All I'm saying is the truth is as yet unclear until we hear directly from the man himself.
The man? You don't mean?
Yeah. Though he is a friend and a band member, Daryan Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. It's fun to complain about it. Yes, that's functionally what I'm doing. I'm complaining for absolutely no reason. You know, when you complain to like, when you rage at a video, right? Or at a video game, right? This is my one opportunity. I never get a chance to rage. You guys never see me rage in any other game because there are actually characters I get to rage at. Let me have this, okay, guys? Let me have this.
As someone with a new perspective on the case?
I mean, like double jeopardy. As a suspect, to be frank.
Okay, Frank.
No, I'm still here. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. I'm ready to catch him. Get ready for justice!
This is a good time to pause for brief recess. Sir, the swings are being taken, but the slide is open. Ooh. I'm gonna slide so fast.
I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are.
Very well. 15 minutes.
Will we catch Shark Boy? Find out next time. Yeah, I know we're ending a little bit early, but it's been a little while since we've had a bit of a chat. So, you know, I think this is a perfect spot as well as, you know, it's getting late. If the previous chapter or the previous part was an indicator, I suspect this will probably go on for another 2 hours. So it's probably not a great time to like continue. So we can probably have a little bit longer of a chat. Or like, you know, some fun times. Manakyn fun times. Woo! We good. Of course we good. I'm never upset with you guys. I never get upset with you guys. You guys should know that. The only time I get upset is when people tell me my pronunciation of Espanol is wrong, okay? I know Spanish, okay? I know how to say Espanol, okay? Hola soy milk, okay? I know what I'm doing. So, you guys just stop that. Stop that. Your Spanish physically hurts. Okay, let's Spanish words. Spanish learning sentences. All right. Let's learn some Spanish, baby. Hola, como esta? Yeah. Que tal todo? Como has estado? Mucho gusto. Mi nombre es Manakyn. Easy. Bueno dia. Buenas tardes. I am so sorry. I'm probably torturing you guys. Tu español esta como más o menos. See, I can speak. All right, listen, for all of those who are suffering right now, I have to say, lo siento mucho. I am so sorry. Mi esta montado. I am so sorry, guys. Man, you guys should have seen how terrible I, butchered. Like, there's one thing I'm really good at is making language sound awful. Like, I do it in English half the times. I can still understand everything, Lamo. I understand it. Of course you understand it. Okay, now speak Finnish. Finnish. Let me look up some Finnish. Where are you? Google Translate. Oh, someone posted What are you doing posting Japanese? なぜ自分自身のこんなことをするのですか? Wait. なぜ自分自身にこんなことをKinda. I kinda get what you're saying. I'm trying to translate it literally. It's like こんなことをする. Why have you done this thing? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Randy, what you wrote sounds more sexual. It looks more like, why are you doing this thing for yourself or something like that? Why are you doing this for yourself? That's what it sounds like, I'm gonna be honest. Why do you do this to yourself? No, see? Interpret that kind of in a naughty way. That's what it sounds like. Just replace like the 2 with the 4. Why do you do this for yourself? That's what it sounds like. Agujero. Hoyo. Agujero. Agujero? Agujero. 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 Spanish. Agujero.
Agujero.
Jero. It's an H? It's an H? Agujero?
Agujero.
Agujero. Agujero. Agujero.
Agujero.
Agujero. I'm so good at Spanish. See? I know how to pronounce it. Agujero. I'm so good at Spanish. H is silent in Spanish. Like, hola. Hola! Hola! You're sorry you didn't mean to delete. Wait, delete what? You delete something? As long as you didn't block anyone, it's good. It's good, Kiyoma. Agujero. Agujero. Thanks, YouTube. Yeah, no worries, no worries. As long as you didn't, like, block anyone, it's fine. Okay, so there's one thing I did want to do with you guys. During this chat session. Ah, here it is. Ghost of Yote. No, here. The first video I saw was WTF is going on with Ghost of Yote. So, Alright, perfect. So I thought we would watch the Ghost of Yote trailer together. Do you guys remember Ghost of Tsushima? Ah, man, that was a great game. Such a freaking good game. And so I figured, wait, what are my recommended videos? Asmon. Is this Kai or is that Speed? I don't know. Oh no, that's KSI. Yeah. Oh, and we also have Moist Critical up here. I don't know. Lately, I've been getting a lot of Moist Critical and Asmon video recommendations. Maybe they're becoming popular. You've been watching YouTube videos on Punch-Out? Punch-Out Wii was the freaking crap, man. It was awesome. I loved that game. Okay, so anyway, from what I understand, I mean, I have talked them. So maybe there's like Asmon. He's like, oh, we need more. We need to. Okay, so from what I understand, there are some people who really like this trailer and some people who really dislike this trailer. And as you know, I am a professional storyteller. Well, no, but I have a level of insight in storytelling, especially when it comes to video games and stuff. So I figured I would, watch this with you guys and talk about it with you guys and see if I can identify why people might like it or dislike it. Maybe I can identify why haters gonna hate or why lovers gonna love. Is there an opposite of hater? Is there like an antonym for haters gonna hate? Simpers gonna simp? Stanners gonna stand, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, why don't we watch? Oh. Come on. Okay, let me turn up the volume for you guys. I will pause maybe like once or twice to give you guys historical context, but I'll try not to pause too much, okay? I will do my best not to pause. The last one I watched, though, the commentator was German. About this game? Or about Germany? Or enjoyers will enjoy, maybe? I promise you guys I won't pause very much, okay? I'll do my best. Okay.
We are beyond the edge of Japan. People come north to disappear.
1603. I really want to pause. I'm not going to.
But you are hunting.
Oh Oh, we got a wolf. Is that a wolf?
And now, every Ronin here is after you.
Alright, so we got a wanted samurai?
You think you're the hunter?
Ooh, okay. Okay, let's just keep watching for now. I kind of want to pause. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's the intro. I kind of... Why does it sound Western? It does sound a little bit like... It does sound a little Wild West. I can forgive it, though, because they're using Japanese instruments. Okay. Oh, I heard about this. I remember. People were saying the protagonist in this game was a female. You're getting Shadow of the Colossus vibes? Maybe. Okay, I appreciate that they threw in a gun. That was the biggest question I was going to have. Will they show a gun? So there are a few... Hey, look, that's my stream. So there are a few things I want to talk about, first of all. Let's just give some historical context for you guys. All right, Yolte. Yolte is a mountain in... I want to say the southern part of Hiroshima. I don't remember exactly. I know it's in Hiroshima. I think it's in the southern part of Hiroshima. It's not too much to talk about, but let's not talk too much about that right now. But originally Tsushima was an island, kind of on the western side of Japan, right? Was it western? Yeah, it's somewhere on the western side of Japan. What did I say? Randy? Did I not say Hokkaido? I thought I said Hokkaido. Hiroshima. Hokkaido. Sorry. I don't know why I said Hiroshima. It's in the southern part of Hokkaido. Yes, that totally misspoke there. I don't know why I said Hiroshima. I think, you know what I was thinking of? The reason why I was thinking of Hiroshima is because I just recently saw the whole Assassin's Creed thing where they put a Torii Gate, and I was thinking of the atomic bombs of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, so that's why I said Hiroshima. So my bad. Yeah, it's southern part of Hokkaido. Yes, thank you. Yeah, so it's on the southern part of Hokkaido, and I'm not going to talk too much about that. So 1603. 1603 is essentially a nod to all the weebs. This is the era where all the ninja were flourishing. Okay, so let's talk about a lot of different things. There's a lot of different things we can break down for here. So 1603 was the end of a very, very important war. Let's, have a little bit of music in the background. Okay, so 1603 was close to the end of a very, 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 let's not say important war. Let's say an important series of wars, right? During this time, all of Japan was at war. It was an entire civil war, right? Some of you may have heard this from all you like anime nerds, right? The era was called Sengoku Jidai. So for a little Japanese lesson for you guys, Sen literally means war. Goku means country. And Jidai means period. So it literally means the period in which the country was at war, right? It's called the Sengoku Jidai. And so that started around like 1450 and ended around like 1650, maybe 1640. But all right, there's a few things to note here. 1603, right? The first thing is, often people split up the big civil war of Japan into two parts. And the kind of coincidentally, the midpoint, which is, from let's say around 1450 to 1650, the midpoint is 1550, and that kind of is around the midpoint of the a really important turning point of the war. And the reason for that was approximately the time when the Portuguese showed up to trade with Japan. And so this wasn't just an isolated country anymore. Now, they go back to isolationism later after the war, but the Portuguese showed up, and they showed up with two things. They showed up with Christianity, and they showed up with guns. They also showed up with tempura. Although maybe I'm a little bit biased for that because I like food, okay? I like food. They also showed up with what eventually became Japan's deep frying technique, which created tempura, which is freaking amazing. But that's not the important part. The important part is they showed up with Christianity and guns. But I'm just gonna throw in they showed up with tempura. Okay. But anyway. So that was a really important point because the guns made the war very deadly, well, obviously. And Christianity, as you guys know, as any religion that starts conflicting with other traditional values, it caused a lot of conflict. So they're choosing 1603. I don't know why exactly they choose this year in particular, but around 1630, there was 1630 to 16, I want to say 1636 or 1637, I don't remember exactly, but it like sometime between 1630 and 1640 there was a big rebellion, and that I forgot what the name was called. Let me look it up. As you can tell, I know all the events, I just don't really know the names. I think it's, to an extent it's it's like almost a little bit embarrassing to me, like because like when it comes to Sengoku, I don't really care about like the periods as much as what happened. So there are a lot of debates about when exactly the Sengoku period ended. Sengoku period. I couldn't care less about the debates. What I care about is what exactly happened during this time. So I just call it Civil War. Where's the rebellion? It occurred in 16 something. There it is. Shimabara Rebellion. Okay, the Shimabara Rebellion started in December 1637. Okay, so I was a little bit off. 1638. Okay, so in 1638, the Shimabara Rebellion occurred, and the result of the rebellion is the shogun won, and essentially the government won, the people lost. Right? Let me pull it up once more. Shimabara Rebellion. The Shimabara Rebellion. Yeah. So long story short, government won. The rebels lost. And yeah, the shogun won, the rebels lost. And that was a very big turning point in Japanese history, because one of the things that happened, besides, just an execution of like a huge number of people, is that they also drove out all the outsiders, because one of the big beliefs of the rebellion was that the Portuguese were trying to push the rebels into rebelling. They were, one of the beliefs of the shogun, and I don't remember exactly how they broke it down, but they essentially said, you Portuguese have been pushing Christianity and trying to get our people to rebel against our government, and which led to the rebellion, which led to a lot of executions. And so what Japan said is, we are closing. you get out of here. We are not accepting you anymore. And so they kind of shut the doors in Japan. And so that was kind of like the final ending of the Sengoku era. Now, the reason I say this is because 1603 is pretty close to 1638. No, I mean, you get what I mean compared to like 1450, right? It's reasonably close. So here are the things I expect to see. I expect to see guns, right? I expect to see less archery, but there might be still archery. The reason why there weren't people were still doing archery is for the thing I always say. When it comes to war, you don't win war with soldiers. You win war with your wallet. And guns were expensive. And that's why people didn't always use guns. Okay, so there were these aspects to it. So we expect guns. And I would expect to see some conflicts between Christianity and, more traditional Japan, because that was one of the brewing conflicts that eventually led to the final rebellion in the Sengoku era. So that's kind of what I might expect. Now, I don't know too much about Hokkaido in this era. Yeah, because the I'm looking up where Shimabara exactly is. I know it's like, yeah, Nagasaki Prefecture, administrator, Nagasaki. Okay, so around there. So I don't know exactly what was going on in Hokkaido at the time. Unfortunately, my knowledge is a little bit less when it comes to kind of areas outside of like the main island of Japan. But yeah, so these are the things I expect to see. Thanks so much for coming, Mystery. So I expect to see guns. I expect to see Christianity. So kind of, I hope to see how the Portuguese have influenced the war. Now, here are a few other things. If you guys remember, in Ghost of Tsushima, there was a lot of, like little villagers, and they were dressed in like little kind of like cloth outfits. I expect to see more villages, like more heavily armed. So in the Sengoku era, like I said, it was a civil war, and people were very fearful for their lives. And what a lot of villagers would do is they would go visit battlefields where there are just dead people, and they would just take the armor and take the swords and take their weapons. So these villages were a lot more heavily armed than a lot of people would expect. So yeah, so you would expect something like this. Now, this being said, all right, so that's the history in a nutshell. I'm not going to go too much further into that, because I'm kind of speculating, because I don't really know that much about Hokkaido at the time. So everything I might be saying about, kind of the Sengoku Jidai, I don't know how applicable that is to Hokkaido. This being said, I don't really like this trailer, and I understand why people don't like it. Okay, so let's actually talk about the trailer. So this is kind of story writing with Manakyn time. So for everyone who is who are y'all story and artist people, we're actually going to talk a little bit about why this trailer isn't super great. Let me actually pull up some of the other trailers. Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima trailer. There's an announcement trailer here. And we got the Ghost trailer here, maybe? Okay.
In the flesh.
Oh, frick. Okay. So let's actually talk about this. Okay. So it's really important to understand what you are trying to accomplish every time you write a story. Okay. So this is a very big point, right? So when you are making a trailer, there are a few things you are trying to accomplish when you are writing a story. Now, obviously, every story, like I said, follows basic story writing, and we'll go over basic story writing. But we also have to talk about things like what you are trying to accomplish with your story, what you're trying to represent with your story, how the story fits together, lots of different things. So when it comes to creating a trailer, there are two things you absolutely, and these are like the basic fundamentals of writing a trailer, right? When you are writing a trailer, you need two things. You need a plot and you need a question. Now, more questions generally is better, but you need at least some question. Wheels and a bait. Yes. Okay, you need a plot and you need a question, right? And that is difficult to do. That's very difficult to do, actually, because you have, in this case, the trailer is 3 minutes long, but, in some cases, it's going to be like 30 seconds. You have to establish a plot and a question in 30 seconds or even 15 seconds, right? So that's really hard to do. Don't get me wrong. That is really hard to do. Go round and round. Oh, my God. So let's actually look at the Ghost of Tsushima trailer. I don't exactly remember this, but I remember I really liked it. So let's actually watch this. And it's 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Only on PlayStation. Tsushima, Japan, 1274.
Samurai. You are a warrior. I can see that. You trained your whole life for this. And you have won battles that lesser men have called unwinnable, yes? But while you were sharpening your sword, do you know how I prepared for today? I learned. I know your language, your traditions, your beliefs, which villages to tame and which to burn. So I'll ask you once again, Samurai, do you surrender?
Such a good trailer. Such a freaking good trailer. And then the rest of this doesn't really matter. But, man, such a good trailer. Okay, now, I'm going to ignore the rest because the final part is just hype. The rest of this doesn't really matter. It's just, oh, look at him. He's doing... Like, oh, look, I'm going to throw this thing. Oh, I'm going to kill this guy. Oh, I'm going to... Like, that doesn't really matter. Like, 90% of the trailer is right here, so... Okay. So let's talk about the things we create. We talked about that they create, right? So two things, right? We want a plot and we want a question, right? So the really cool thing about this is it kind of most of the beginning is like a very small amount of the plot. Okay, so it's talking about, okay, so if you guys remember, that is the monologue that Khotun Khan, I think, gives to, not actually to Jin in the game, he gives it to Lord Shimura, I think. I don't remember, it's been a little bit of time. But I think he gives it to Lord Shimura. But essentially, it's a very basic establishing, right? There's a war, right? There's a war, and, and like almost all of this is like, this is like 5%. Like the first, like, let's say, the first 1 minute and 30 seconds is actually like 5% of the story, right? So he's saying, okay, we're at war, and then he says, oh, which villages to burn? And the first time we actually see violence is where he says which villages to burn, right? Now we kind of see the samurai marching into battle a little bit earlier, but we don't actually see them doing anything. It's just them
The lesser
riding
men have
horses,
called unwinnable, yes.
right? This is where we first see violence around here, right? So it's like the first 30 seconds is just establishing that there's a war, right? So that's kind of the plot. But then they establish the actual plot. And the actual plot is right here.
You surrender.
That's the entire plot of the game in 5 seconds. And it's very good. It is so good. They essentially tell the entire plot of the game in 5 seconds. So they've established a plot. The plot is very simple. He takes off his samurai armor. Well, he doesn't really take it off. He burns away, but that's besides the point, right? He takes off his samurai armor and puts on his ninja armor. No, it's not really ninja, but once again, doesn't really matter, right? He takes off one set of armor. He puts on another set of armor, right? And so what is the question? The question is, there's a lot of questions that they're asking, right? Because they don't really complete the story, right? They say like, oh, do you surrender, right? That's kind of a question. That's kind of symbolic of the larger questions, which is, why does he take off his armor and replace it with this armor, right? That's one question. How is that going to help him, or if it in fact detracts from him? You don't, like, people might say like a question is like, why are they invading? But that's a little bit less relevant. We're just discussing entirely from our main character, right? The question is, why did he take off his armor? He put on this new set of armor, and how will that help him, or will that hurt him? That's it. That's the entire thing. How will this help him win, right? So we have two different questions that we want answered, right? It's like, what is the difference between these two armors, and why does he take off one and then put on the other, right? Now, they kind of do it in a really cool way where he's just staring at the screen while his samurai armor burns away, and then suddenly he's wearing his ghost armor, ninja armor, whatever you want to call it, right? And then that's it. That's the end of the trailer. And then they show like, oh, look, and now he's throwing a bomb at a horse. How cool. But that's besides the point, right? They tell the entire story of the actual game in 5 seconds, right? Just takes 5 seconds. I don't how long is it actually? Let's say from here, that's 132 to 150. Oh wait, so it's about a 132. Let's say 135. About 15 seconds. It's just essentially 15 seconds of Jin, who we don't really know his name at the time, but it's 15 seconds of him staring at the camera and then putting on his thing. So that's why this trailer is really good. It creates a plot, and then it gives you a question, and then it makes you want to answer the question. That's what makes you want to play the game, right? You have a question, you want the game to answer the question, right? It's the same thing with making movies, right? The key is to create a plot of a trailer. If you want to create a trailer, you have to create a plot, and then you have to create a question that you want answered, right? So now let's go back to this, right? And you can see that they took a lot of, I'm not sure if I should call it inspiration. They essentially copied the beginning of the first, which I'm not saying is necessarily bad, right? Because it's formula that worked, right? So they kind of copied it. The same idea. They show images with some guy monologuing in the background. I don't know how important this guy is going to be. Where is he? Not you. I don't know how important this guy is. I don't know who this guy is supposed to be. Like, we didn't know who Khotun Khan was in Ghost of Tsushima, but once again, that's a little bit besides the point. We know that here's an antagonist and here's a protagonist, supposedly, right? So we have this, right? Here we are at the edge of Japan. Once again, it's the same thing as like, oh, I've prepared for the war. So they're kind of just setting a basic scene.
Beyond the edge of Japan. People come north to disappear.
Okay.
But you are hunting.
But you are hunting, right? Okay, so great. Okay. And then here.
Every Ronin here is after you. Still think you're the hunter?
Let's stop right there. Okay, so they did a really good job in this 1 minute and 15 seconds. Right? They did a really good job. I actually really liked it up until this point. So essentially, they established a plot. Okay, here we are at Mount Yolte. In 1603, they established an approximate timeline. They said, okay, well, this person is up here hunting, right? That's really not the important part of the conflict. The important part of the conflict is this, right? He says, what? But you are wanted. It's like, okay, well, now we have an actual conflict. Now we got to kind of get the idea of the plot, right? The plot is that she's looking for someone, but in the process of looking for someone, lots of people are trying to kill her, right? And now we know that it's also a girl. Well, now I know. At this time, we didn't even know it was a girl, but besides the point. Right? They're just saying like, okay, you are looking for someone, but in the process of looking for someone, here's the real conflict. Everyone is trying to kill you, right? So that's not too different from Khotun Khan saying, oh, this is the, are you going to surrender because you can't stop me, right? It's not really all that different. It's essentially saying, okay, here's the plot. She's looking for someone. In the process, I won't say someone, everyone is trying to kill her because she is wanted, right? And so he says, do you still think you're the hunter? Which is kind of dramatic, but essentially, they've established the question. It's a great question, right? People are trying to kill her. How is she going to survive? Right? That is fantastic. It's a fantastic setup for your game, right? It's a great setup for your trailer, right? It's not different from how is Jin going to win against this guy? How does changing his armor help him? It's the same thing. Like, how is she going to survive? Right? Okay, great. She's like, oh, now we're going to hunt you. You still think you can become a hunter? You can be the hunter? And then there's this thing. And here is where it fell apart. Because they answered the question. That is why, and you saw me be a little bit uncomfortable during this because I knew the moment I saw this scene, I knew this is why people didn't like the trailer, right? And maybe they didn't even realize that there was this scene that they made them didn't like the trailer. This is why people didn't like the trailer. I'm pretty much 100% sure of that, even if they don't even realize why they don't like the trailer. It's because they answered the question, right? The question was, how is she going to survive? And then here she is, she's not hurt. She's just going to walk away. She killed them. She's like, okay, I'm moving on. The answer is she kills them. Done. I don't need to play the game anymore. I have no motivation to play the game anymore because you just answered the question for me. Which is, how is she going to survive? She kills them. That's it. That's the reason why people don't like the trailer. It's because it took away your motive to play the game. It took away the motive that the trailer establishes, which is, what is she going to do? How is she going to survive? So, and this is what is so frustrating about this trailer. And I understand why, here's the thing. Here's the real problem, right? I can understand they have a female protagonist, so I bet you there's going to be a lot of people who say, oh, the reason why you hate this trailer is because it's a woman, like they always do, right? The main character is a woman, that's why you hate it. And this is a pretty in-depth reason as to why this trailer wasn't very good. I don't expect very many people to understand trailer making at this level to be able to understand it. Because most gamers, let's be real here, most gamers don't really know how to talk about art. They just know whether or not it's good. And then most gamers are really blunt and they don't think about their words very carefully. So chances are they're like, oh, this female protagonist is so dumb. Why? Another girl boss. Because let's be real here, right? I suspect one of the reasons why they put this in is because she's a female protagonist and they need to establish her like ability in general to compete against men. Maybe that was their thought, but I can guarantee you there's going to be a lot of dudes out there who are like, oh, this is another girl boss trailer, because they don't really know why they feel uncomfortable. So they see this, she kills this guy with no problem. It's like, oh, it's a girl boss again. And yeah, I get it. It is kind of like a girl boss, but it's a lot more specific, right? The trailer took away your reason to play the game, essentially, which is why it made me feel uncomfortable. It's supposed to entice you to wanting to find the answer and waiting in anticipation. Yes, especially, that's even worse. The worst part. You're absolutely right, Bowser, and I didn't even mention that. It takes away the question right after it sets up the question. You are absolutely right on that. Hey, how's it going, Normal? We're just looking at the Ghost of Yote. That's kind of why I don't like the trailer, right? Now, the rest of the game was actually, the rest of it looks very pretty. Don't get me wrong, and I suspect maybe they're just they're resting on their laurels or saying Ghost of Tsushima was great. We just need to make a pretty game, and lots of people will play it. Unfortunately, with all that's happened in the gaming industry recently, I suspect that's not going to work out as well as they might hope. But gamers are questioning every single game, especially the AAA games that come out lately, and so this is kind of the problem with the game or with the trailer, because after this setup, they never establish another question, right? Here she is standing in front of a mountain. Here she is riding through the flowers. There was something with her riding through the Suzuki. The Suzuki are like grass. They used it a lot in Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know what it's called. But like here she is with horses. Here she is with flowers. Here she is looking up at the moon. Here she is, I guess she's fighting another person, but we already know how this ends because we saw it already in the previous part. Here she is walking in the snow. Here she is moving blood. I guess maybe the only question that they could possibly set up is who is the wolf? But to me, that's not as enticing as, asking a question about the actual character. Because it's like maybe the wolf is like a pet, or maybe the wolf is like her spirit guide or something. I don't know exactly what the significance of the wolf is, but it's not enticing enough of a question. It's not an urgent enough question for me to really have a desire to play it. So essentially, this trailer was pretty pictures. That's the reason why I didn't like the trailer, because it was just pretty pictures. And now I understand a little bit more as to why people don't like the trailer. And I mean, I actually avoided looking at anything until I saw the trailer first, and then I'm going to see everyone's opinions later. All I know is that some people really like it, some people really don't. But let's actually look at another Ghost of Tsushima one. I pulled up another one. I don't actually remember this one. The Ghost. But if I remember correctly, I never saw this problem in the Ghost of Tsushima trailers. Usually when they show Jin fighting, right? Even when he's assassinating and killing someone, there's always like another two dudes next to him running into battle, right? Because so the fight isn't over, right? Even if he is assassinating someone, he successfully killed one person, he's still in the process of fighting. So the fight never actually gets resolved. So if I remember correctly, I don't remember seeing any fight get resolved in Ghost of Tsushima trailers. But let's watch this one. Here's another one. I probably watched this at some point. Mix of gameplay and cinematic footage. Okay.
Tsushima! Nihon!
Or is it Nippon? I don't know how they would have pronounced it in this era. I also can't believe they would walk around in like leather shoes, man. Those were the days.
Samurai!
They're gonna stop. They're gonna cut the scene there. Yeah. Right. Once again, right? You see them running into battle, right? You see them running into battle. See, and that's where this fight ends. They don't show him walking away from the dead bodies. I think even asking a question outright can be inefficient if you can make people ask questions themselves. Exactly. No, you've nailed it. You've nailed it, Arcane. That's exactly it. It's also why back in the day, it's also why back then old cartoons had this whole find out in the next thing. Exactly, right? Here's the thing, right? Everyone knows what a cliffhanger is. Everyone knows. I hang you every single... I cliffhang... I give you guys cliffhangers every single stream. Right? Everyone knows what a cliffhanger is. So, if whoever wrote this trailer, and I don't actually condone firing people, but like, the fact that it's like this trailer failed at a catastrophic level. And if that was their goal, just to show imagery, I'm all for it, right? But if their goal was to actually get people hyped, and this is an announcement trailer, this trailer actually fails catastrophically. And it's not clear as to why it fails unless you really understand this type of thing. So I don't imagine very many people will be actually talking about it like this. So yeah, so first of all, that's a big point. And yes, and Arcane, you're absolutely right. Like, you know, the question, if you can make people ask their own questions, set it up in a way that's like reasonably, like, there are lots of things that you can interpret. For example, yeah, but there's no interpreting this. There's no other way to interpret this. Dead body here. She won. There's not very much way to interpret this. Now, once again, this is why I can't... this is why this is so frustrating. Because this could have been a really good trailer. All they needed to do was to remove that one scene where the resolution of this fight. That's literally all they needed to do. They just needed to remove that. And this trailer is 3 minutes long. The Ghost of Tsushima trailer was how long? The announcement trailer was 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So this trailer in and of itself is very long. Or, sorry, the Ghost of Yolte trailer in and of itself is very long. It's a 3-minute trailer, right? They could have removed this scene, which is how long? Let's go from here. So there's 113 to, let's say, 140. Right? 113 to 140. I can do math. A little bit over 25 seconds. Yeah. All they had to do was remove it. It would have been a 2 minute 30 second 2 minute 30 second trailer. It would have been the exact same length of this one, by the way. And then, so they could have done this. Okay, let's try to reframe the trailer. It's very easy. Okay. Done. That's all they needed to do. That is literally all they needed to do. But here's another way they could have done it, which would have been a little bit different. If they really wanted to show her winning the fight, they could have done a few things. They could have reframed the question. So, for example, instead of her just winning the fight and leaving, they could have showed her winning the fight, but maybe she was heavily injured. And so that reframes the game as not how will she win, but rather how long can she keep this up? That might be a one. Another one is they could have made her show some level of emotional trauma. Maybe like killing people affects her in some way, like mentally. Like maybe she's traumatized by something. That would have been fine. I don't mind her not being hurt as long as, you know, it creates a new question, right? You just have to have some question. Or she could have won the fight, then asked the question, then show that is it over. She could have won the fight, looks at the screen. Why am I wearing yellow? Yeah, it shows always less is more, right? So, but Yeah, so it's one of those big things. And this is the reason why that makes me feel so uncomfortable. Because this is their announcement trailer. This is the trailer, not what I meant. This is their announcement trailer, which is why I am a little bit concerned. I mean, Sony has a unfortunate history of screwing up sequels, so it's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit analyzing this a little bit heavily. But here's the thing. This is their announcement trailer, which functionally means every trailer is functionally the company or the group or the writer essentially saying, this is how I want you to view the game, the movie, the TV show, right? This is how I want you to see it. So when you have something like this where, suddenly she's killing people and it's like, oh, it's no problem, right? It's either one of two things. Either the storyboard was just screwed up, and once again, I don't condone firing people, but I certainly believe you should, have a chat with your storyboarders and figure out why they went wrong and send them right back to the drawing board, quite literally in this case. Or that's possibility one, and I hope it's possibility one. They just made a terrible mistake. Possibility two is this is how they want us to see it. They want us to see the main character as someone who wins. And that is about to become a horribly boring game. Because if it's just a character who wins, well, first of all, half the times the answer to these questions is, I, the player, that's how I'm going to win. I'm going to win because I'm going to be the hero who guides the main character by making all the right decisions and, beating the game, and it's because of me, right? That's like half the motivation to play games. You feel good when you accomplish something. So a lot of the questions are like, how are they going to do it? A lot of the answer is like, oh, me, the main character, me, the player, right? Of course, we all know that the only player who's actually good is me, but, you're allowed to feel that you're good. No, I'm kidding. But when you create like a story, like a movie or a TV series or, even a book, and when you advertise the plot and the way you want them to see it, it's like, remember like when you guys remember when books actually existed and you would read the back of the book for the summary? It would like nobody would write, I don't even know, the ghost of Yolte. The ghost of Yolte was, is a wanted criminal. But she murders everyone who comes after her. And that's the entire summary. It's like, that's not going to attract any readers, right? If you guys remember, at the back of the book, of every single book, it was always like, how will they go about finding this? Or like, can they stop the problem before it's too late? Every time on the back of the book with the summary, they always end it with something silly like that, especially for the children's books. But, or like, will she escape 50 before his shades of gray capture her? I don't know. It's always something stupid like that, but it's always a question. And nobody would read a book that says, the ghost of Yolte is a powerful swordsman, and she kills all the samurai she meets, or kills all the ronin she meets. It's like, okay, thanks for the summary. You guys know exactly what I mean. Arcane says we should watch the Ghost of the Kingdom. Give me a moment. Tears of the Kingdom. I've watched it. Tears of the Kingdom official. This is a kind of long one, but whatever. All right, let's see if they can set up a plot, and let's see if they can set up a question. I feel like this is like me teaching an English class, but you guys are here voluntarily suffering through my lecture. Is this the announcement? This is official trailer 3. This is not the announcement. Sorry. Official trailer 1 here. Game footage not final. So we already know they screwed up. I'm kidding. Okay. One thing I really like about this, just totally random, but the fact that it's like a rock carving, they're already establishing this is history without even needing to say anything. Right? They're not saying, we are in the middle of a war. You literally don't have to, like, the fact that they're using a rock carving immediately says, this is history. Alright, Link. Link, make sure you don't miss the pond like I did. Yeah, that was good. That was actually really good. That was actually really good. And, well, they are playing a little bit off of the Breath of the Wild thing, so I kind of understand that. But that was actually really good. Now, here's a few things, right? Here's a few very basic things that they do. You're listening to you in the background while deciphering codes. Codes. Like, oh, God, she's wanted by the FBI. Run. No, FBI. I haven't heard of this person before. Okay, so what does this trailer do? It's a sequel, but it should play off the last game. I don't think it even needs to. It literally doesn't need to, right? Remember, and what's cool about this trailer is it talks in, it doesn't use any words, right? Okay, so here's this thing, right? We got history, and we don't really need to that much off of it, right? We don't know exactly what's going on, but one, we see monsters and people, right? So monsters and people in the past. We see some person in the past. And we see some other person in the past. He opens the door. Right? And he opens the door, and what does the door look like? The door has these symbols on it. Right? So it's tying back to the past, right? It's like, there are monsters in the past. Right? Here's some person in the past. Here's another person in the past. Now we're in the present. He opened the door, and the door looks like he's coming out of the past in some way, right? So there's the past. It is actually a really good trailer. You know, the more I look at it, the more I really like it. Okay. He comes out, and then he just jumps, right? He jumps. We don't know why he's jumping. I don't know. He's like, I can't take Zelda anymore. And so he jumps. Whatever, right? But here he is. We're looking at the past. Suddenly he's opening the doors to the present, and those doors have the symbol of the past. He comes along. He jumps on this thing. And what does it look like? It looks like these carvings from the past. Right? Why is he jumping? Already asking questions. See? It's perfect, right? But, you know, we don't even need to let's look at this, right? All right. So, what is the plot here? Essentially, the past is now in the present. That's the plot. Right? That's the entire plot, right? And they've asked enough questions, right? There were monsters in the past. Are there going to be monsters in the present? There's a great sage, or we know it's a sage because we played the game, but there's some person in the past. Who is this person? Will he be in the present? There's some woman. Gee, I hope she's not in the present so I can date Purah, but long story short. Like, the one thing I would criticize a little bit is I would actually just remove the rest of this. I would remove this. I would remove this. And I would just have him jump off and then jump onto the plane. That's how I would have done it. I would have even just removed the part where it's showing the technology and showing him. I understand they were just using it for a little time and a little bit more hype. You didn't need those. You honestly didn't need those. You literally just needed him jumping off here and then jumping onto that. Now, I understand why they did it, but that's it. That's literally all they needed, right? So this is a fantastic trailer, right? It doesn't answer any question, and it does not answer a question. In fact, it doesn't even say anything, right? But you create your own question, right? As you were saying, Arcane, right? Here are these monsters, and here's the past in the present. Are there going to be more monsters in the present? What's going on, right? It's actually really good, and they establish the plot. And the plot, once again, these are types of plots that I really like. These are the types of plots that I really, really love, or especially portrayals of plots that I really love, are the ones that establish an entire plot in like a few seconds, right? This is functionally what they did, right? Here's the past. Now here's the present. And, you know, this thing looks like it's from the past, right? And then we see a little symbol here. That's probably intentional because they wanted you to relate it to this back here. So, you know, don't think that, oh, they just chose this random spot. No, I suspect they chose this spot specifically to have this in the background. So this is not, I don't think this is, this little symbol right here is a coincidence. If you guys remember, I spent so long trying to find the freaking tears on these freaking things. Yeah, also the details in the background, like the glyph. Exactly. Actually, I didn't even see that when you said that, but yeah, you were thinking the exact same thing I was. Yeah, so long story short, it's great. It establishes the plot, which is, oh, the past is in the present. What are we gonna do? And it's like, that's it. That's it. That's literally all they needed to do, and it was fantastic. And Nintendo is really good at these types of things, right? Now, where Nintendo doesn't usually do it are Kirby games, because a lot of the Kirby games are like, Kirby is back. Oh, look, mouthful mode? Wow, look at him gulp the water. But, you know, I give Kirby a little bit of an exception because Kirby is usually like kind of like silly and fun and childish. It's not narrative driven like a Legend of Zelda game, or like especially Mario has the same thing. It's like Mario and his friends are back. Look at Todd. Wow, he's a big strong man. Oh no, he's taking over the country. Who's gonna stop him? Maybe. I miss Unicorn Overlord. But besides the point, yeah. So this, great. Do you guys have any other favorite trailers? Let's take a look at yeah. Some of the new Mario game trailers have been more. That is true. That is. Oh, Sonic X Shadow. I'm not going to click on that. Yeah, but man. Yeah, these are not this one. Oh no, Bowser stole the princess again. When will he learn? It's like, yeah, those ones. I give those a little bit of an exception because those aren't story driven in the first place. Yeah, but okay, let's watch this fight scene right here. I know there was a trailer that was really good. You can't remember. And no worries, no worries.
Thrashes their tents and boots.
All right, here's an example of a fight.
He is coming.
All right, see, that was a really good example of showing how badass he is, right? Without finishing the fight, right? Because what they do here is they establish this, right? This shot right here is not just a random shot. They do it to establish that there are lots of people here, so that when he kills this guy, which is actually, I noticed they changed to, it actually is multiple times. They take it from multiple different scenes, okay? And that's a different dude. And that's also a different dude, but that's besides the point, right? They establish that even if he kills one person, there's still more. There's still more people to kill. And so that's how they establish it. Oh, and I remember this one scene. I don't even remember if this is was in the game. I don't remember, but I do remember this from the trailer. So here is a fantastic way of showing how badass he is at the end of the scene without answering a question. He won!
不会，可转，只有。
Tell him I'm coming.
It is so good. It is so good. Because they essentially do what she did, but they don't answer any question. In fact, they create a new question, right? They have him win the fight and yet say there is clearly a conflict way greater than what we just did. It is good. That is, it's essentially they did this, but way better. They did this, but way better. It's like, ugh. It's like no wonder so many people tried Ghost of Tsushima. Like, the advertising was great. Also, no wonder so many people tried Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, because Nintendo never fails either. It's like... And, you know, I'll show you guys one more thing. So now that we're talking about trailers, I'll show you guys one more thing. On a trailer that isn't really a narrative-driven game, but... so it's not going to be this type of formula, but... here is a game that I'm going to be in. Fine, you guys win. It's called Towers of Agaspa.
At last, we've returned to our ancestral land, Agaspa. It all begins with a colossal seed.
It's a little survival game, but look at these animals, man. Thanks for coming, Kioma. The glider. Everyone's using the glider nowadays. So I expect, I don't actually know anything about this game, by the way, guys. I expect it's built like with an idea of like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, but like with like botany and animals and type of thing. Yeah, so if you guys want to try out this game, I think it's cool. I don't get paid, by the way. I don't get paid for advertising it. I don't get paid for them to use my voice anymore. So... yeah, so if you guys want to try out this, only on PS5. I think it's also coming out on Steam. I think it's coming out on Steam, the early access as well. But yeah, if you guys want to try it, give it a shot. Yeah, thinking about it, Stray might have had a really good trailer. I'll have to check that out later. Thinking about it, I feel like the Yote could also be improved if it was extended to show yeah, just something, anything, really. It's a little bit unfortunate, to be honest. I wish it was good. I want to like the game, that's for sure. Like, Ghost of Tsushima was great. I really want to like this game. The trailer is a little bit disappointing. I mean, sometimes people get trailers wrong, and it's kind of a catastrophic failure, but it's like people screw up sometimes. What you gonna do? But yeah, Towers of Agaspa. If you guys want to try it, I'm gonna be in it. An NPC? How dare you call me an NP? Yes. It's also coming out on Steam. I suspect it might run better on PS5 though, unless you have like a super good computer. Yeah, no worries. I'm not trying to pressure you guys into it. It's not like I get any money if you guys play it or didn't play it. And like I said, I don't particularly want to advertise myself too much on this channel. People have just asked what have I been in, so I figured I'd give you something. The tonal shift midway through the trailer where they're just having fun and all of a sudden a dude pulls out his heart. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it's like a dark adventure game. I thought when I first saw what they wanted me to do, I thought it was just like a friendly survival game. You know, like one of those like base builder games. Like it's like a, you know how in Power World you just build a base and then you have your little pals working. That's what I thought it was. I didn't realize there would be like an entire like dark section like exploring these things. I thought it was just like, oh, we're just gonna, you know, raise creatures in your little farm. And I'm like, oh, that's cute. I like those types of games. Are those girly games? Maybe. Did I buy a NVIDIA 4000 series to play The Sims? Maybe. Did I hear about the Power World? I mean, I heard about it. Has there been any updates? All right, let's see what's going on. One attorney suggests it may be harder to win in the US than Japan. Oh, you bet that right. And like, not to mention the amount of support that the US gives Power World. Hold, I'll stay for a bit. I don't see anything interesting and new, but if you have anything to tell us. I was just curious since you played it. I don't think there's much new. Well, I do know a few things. First of all, Japan, you guys have informed me, is a little bit more supportive of Nintendo than it is what are they called? What are they called? Frick. What is the name of the developers? Power World. Pocket Pair, yes. Japan is more critical of Pocket Pair because Pocket Pair in Japan has a little bit of a stronger history of, you know, abandoning games. Like they develop a game and then they don't get it to completion. They have a bit of an story. They have a bit of a storied history like that. But actually, you know what? Speaking of lawsuits, do you guys know the game PlayStation's platformer Astrobot? Yeah, do you guys know about the lawsuit in Astrobot? Yeah, I was taking a look at some of the lawsuit stuff in Astrobot. That is not the right screen. That was me looking up Pocket Pair. Power World lawsuit. No, Power World lawsuit, sorry. Hold on a second. Hold on. Chrome. You know, I'll just look it up here. Astrobot Mario. Frickin' wait, hold on. I'm frickin' seeing this frickin' girl frickin' everywhere. Frick Zenless Zone Zero frick. Ugh. And I also got, I definitely haven't watched this video. I definitely haven't watched this video. Am I self-reporting? I'm self-reporting. Look, there were anime girls. I clicked on it, okay? That's it. Okay. Astrobot versus Mario. Okay, there is a lawsuit. What's it called? Nintendo is suing Sony for infringement. Right, now let's check it out. Maybe, how about this one? There was one with music, which was a little bit more enjoyable to watch, but maybe it was this one? Freaking ads. No. Let's see. Oh, here's one I saw from Asmon. Is where he might have the video I'm looking for. Yeah. Here, this is probably it. Astrobot is everything Nintendo all at once. They have the rocket pack. Oh, no way. I didn't know about this. Do not tell me this is a platforming section. Oh my. Oh my God. This one's questionable. Honestly, I kind of want to play Astrobot after seeing this. No way, he absorbs the wall. Oh no. Oh no. That's Kirby Forgotten Land. That's the mouthful mode. That's questionable. This one's questionable. This is just a game mechanic. Oh my, even the galaxy. Oh my goodness. No, this is exact mechanic from Galaxy. See, it's difficult for me. Like, even after seeing all this, I don't necessarily think it's obvious that Nintendo would win a lawsuit. To me, it's not obvious because, like, swimming is swimming, right? But like I said in when it comes to legal stuff, like when you have a what do you call it? A mountain of evidence, right? It's not just oh my, even the flowers. Oh my goodness. This one's questionable. Swinging things. Swinging is just swinging, right? That one's a little bit questionable. Oh, ice skating. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I think by themselves, these mechanics don't actually necessarily create a lawsuit. But I think it may be possible. Oh my, the robot. Oh my goodness. But altogether, I think I might understand I think it might be okay. The lawsuit makes sense. You climb up the robot in order to stop it. You collect coins. 3D world. This one's questionable. Oh, the ice skating in order to get to this big snowman. What is this? I don't know how that one compares. This one also isn't that obvious. You getting eaten by a whale is, what is it? That's Pinocchio, right? Swimming up a waterfall. Fish might be swimming up waterfalls. Like, honestly, is that the Deku tree? I'm gonna be honest, even after all of this, I don't necessarily believe that this is that compelling of an argument. 64. Honestly, all this video is making me feel is it makes me want to play Astro Boy, because I love platformers. Oh, getting stuck in the sand, that's a 64 thing, yeah. Honestly, all this game this has really done is made me kind of want to play Astro Boy. Oh, flying with the owl, yeah. Because Mario was a good game. It's like, what do you want me to say? Oh, my swinging Bowser! Oh, the stompy things. What is this? Sneaking by sleeping things. That kind of has a mirror in real life, right? It's like, my belief is that if there's a mirror in real life, like, that doesn't mirror real life. Unzipping, then again, unzipping something is something you do in real life. That's a Japanese shrine, or I didn't see exactly what it was, but air bubbles, underwater. Like, here's my problem, right? When patents prevent people from innovating or trying new things, that's when it gets difficult. That's when I think patents stop being particularly valuable. Oh my god. This is actually, even the colors, this is the centipede battle in Mario Odyssey. Yeah. Like, when patents stop people from creating products that people want, or like innovating products that people want, it becomes a little bit of a problem. Oh my god. That is kind of correct. What is this? An alien? Oh, piranha plants? Ooh, galaxy? Okay. Oh, pulling the thing with Yoshi. Oh, wow. The thing is, I heard Astro Boy, or Astro Boy. I heard Astro Bot got really good reviews. So it's like, can I necessarily say that, you know, because it is inspired, quotes, inspired by Mario makes it bad? Oh, this is Princess Peach's cutting thing, maybe? Oh no, this is not even. What the frick is this? With Nintendo Wii? A gacha machine? It's a gacha machine. Arms. Oh, Pikmin. Okay, I see, I see. Oh, the volcano. Okay. Oh, this is from Mario Kart. That's what they're claiming. Oh, Luigi's Mansion. Or not even. This is like Wii Mansion, or I don't know. Me Mansion or something. The shrines. Is that's a stretch. Flying through things. That's used everywhere. Also a bit of a stretch. I don't think this lawsuit is as strong as people might think, just from the what thing. Oh, this is Sonic, obviously. Oh no, this is Splatoon. I mean, if I can name yet another franchise where that existed, it's like, I don't know. Anyway, that's besides the point. I think there needs to be a clear source of innovation where it isn't a copy of a ton of mechanics. As a whole, I think it might survive, but there are parts where copying present. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. That is that's a nice idea, right? You know, using a mechanic is not the same thing as combining mechanics, right? So it's like, for example, if evolution is something that they do in Pokemon, right? It's like, oh, the evolution mechanic, he turns into something but stronger. It's like, what if I, you know, fused two different Pokemon, right? It takes a slightly different idea, but it's like, you know, they might say, oh, this, but it's like, well, I'm combining multiple mechanics, right? I might be doing different things. So, or like maybe jumping is a mechanic, shooting is a mechanic, but jumping and shooting at the same time could functionally be a different mechanic. So yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, you know, as a whole, I think it'll survive. Yeah, I think it is innovative enough. Some of, like, obviously this video was not created by their lawyers. It was just created by some random person online, so. But anyway, I had a lot of fun chatting with you guys about all different types of things today. We played a little bit of Ace Attorney. We talked about law. Not really. We played a little bit of... we talked about Ghost of Yolte. We looked at trailers. We looked at lawsuits. Hey, we tied it back to law, huh? I better get going. I need to eat. I need to do some auditions. Thanks so much for hanging out with me, guys. It's... Well, copyright law. Fair enough. Well, maybe that's the key, right? Maybe in order to be successful as a lawyer, you need to go into copyright law in Japanifornia. That's actually not wrong, by the way. I feel like most of the lawyers that make a whole bunch of money are like in contracts or like music. Like they work for some big company, like some big publishing music company, and then they sue people who like have torrented back in like the 2000s. Or class action. Class actions make a whole freaking bunch of money. Do you know what the worst part is? The lawyer makes a whole bunch of money. The people who they're representing, they make like $10. Class actions are like a get-rich-quick scheme. Might as well. Anyway, thanks for hanging out with me today. I'm gonna catch you guys probably later. Maybe tomorrow. Morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night. If you have any questions for me, I'll see you all next time.